What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna get this party started. We're gonna get this baby going. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let me bring in some people who are wanting to join the conversation. I'm not gonna take that from them. Why would I do that? I like them, you know? I like them. So let's do this. We have our first people coming through. Posting at the link in the Discord right now. So everybody can join when they're ready. You know what I'm saying? They can join when they're ready. Yeah. All right. So let's do this. There's some news I want to talk about today, by the way, too. You know, some things that happened over the night, actually. Big news, y'all. Big news. Big facts. That's big facts. Big facts. F-A-C-T-S. Fact. Big facts. What's up, the Armenian? Hope you're keeping it 100, fam. You know. Oh, we have with us. What's up, Karaoke? What's up, Peanut?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
What's up? How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
And gal. I swear oh my gosh. Yeah, you can. So the Armenian, you can join whenever you're ready. We're gonna go over a couple of things before we start the conversation. But I want to make sure my volume is good. How's the volume, everybody? Does this sound good?
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we're waiting for a couple people. The Armenian, we're waiting for Whiplash Gaming. And then we're gonna the Armenian's here now. Okay, cool. I love
Whiplash
your shirt.
posted in,
Peanut, your shirt is really cool, by
this.
the way. That's a cool shirt.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's up, Armenian? What's up?
What's going on, Howard?
Okay.
How's everybody?
Good. Garyoki, by the way, let's not leave out that. Let me see that shirt, Garyoki. Come on, man. Is that the stars? Oh my
It's Star
gosh.
Wars.
Oh, that's
Dude.
Wow.
Dude. Okay, that's freaking awesome. All right.
Classic.
This
All
is,
right.
This is one of my workshop shirts. It's get paint over it and everything, so you know.
That's cool.
But listen, Whiplash posted in Discord, said he's not going to be here to see it today.
Okay.
So
I
I
didn't
think it might be
I must ignore.
just Bryson we're waiting for.
Sleepy Bryson is never on time. He
He's
reminds
probably
me.
asleep now, yeah.
Probably sleeping right now. Sleepy Bryson. That's what people are calling him, folks. I don't see his comment. Hold on. Okay, I see it. Yeah, he's gonna be doing streaming too now, which is fantastic. I think that's awesome. So we'll probably be doing some collaboration, dual streaming, things like that, for sure.
So what? So he's got his own channel as well, has he?
Yeah, but he's kind of put it aside for a while. What's up, Bryson? Sleepy Bryson's with us now.
Bryson, what's up?
Yeah, so yeah, he has his own channel. He does. He's an actual gamer. I'm not an FPS gamer. I am a strategy gamer. So the games that I play.
What, PS gamer?
A first-person shooter gamer. Like, he plays a lot of first-person shooter games. It's basically like Call of Duty, you know, where you go around shooting people. I'm not an FPS gamer at all. Not frames per second. First-person shooter. I'm not an FPS gamer at all. So when people are watching me play Destiny and they're like, "You suck," I'm not an FPS gamer. I do suck on Destiny. The Division, he carried me on the Division because I can't play that game that well either. I just think it's fun.
Do you know that video I posted for you about the reality model being made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get the actual model or the game?
I got so I was gifted the special edition, so I get to play the game 1 week before anybody else does. So we get a sneak peek into. Why are you a celebrity or something? No. Why'd you get it early? No, you got to pay the difference, man. So the difference is the $100
Diablo.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
I regretted that.
That was a mistake. Speaking of which, I never added you on Diablo. I haven't been playing it for a while. I've been I haven't really had a chance to.
No, I play, here and there, and it's not nearly as much as I used to the first couple of weeks. No,
it's fun. It's fun to play. It's just once you get to end game, there's an issue with that.
Yes.
But and again, Diablo is a game that I prefer, I guess, because it's more strategy. It's about being able to, if you will, meta your gameplay, which is a lot of fun to me.
Yeah.
Versus, no offense, but like I'm just not very good at that hand-eye coordination and reaction time for FPSs, because you got to play those like for hundreds of hours to really get good at those FPS games.
This is why I'm not a gamer.
I can't do that.
If I was back into the games, I'd be up till like 5 o'clock every night, every morning playing.
That's right. So good gamers usually they spend their life playing video games.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. I can't.
And you gotta have obviously having a great connection speed as far as like messing with your settings for your DPI settings, things like that. It all matters in the end.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's a lot. I'm a bit of a geek, if you will. So I do enjoy gaming traditionally, the RPG and RTS, which is real-time strategy type games. Those are the kind of games that I'm really into. Anything that's strategy related, Sims kind of games, things like that. That's where I excel at. I do not excel at FPSs at all, or fighting games. It's just not my thing. I like story. I like to see the relationships between characters and see development.
That's why
I know people that wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because they're in the tournament. They're playing people in America online.
Oh my god!
Crazy.
What's up, Peanut? What are you gonna say?
I said that's why the only game I play is Skyrim or Super Smash Bros.
Oh wow, Skyrim! Skyrim's an awesome game.
Skyrim is a lot of fun. Yeah, Skyrim's fun. That's why
Microsoft stole that too from us.
Yeah, that's why this game's gonna be big. That's why Far Cry is such a big deal, because it's the first game that Bethesda made in 10 years? I think it was 10 years. They're saying so like, oh my, we're not talking about 70s. Time. Yeah, they've had 10 years to build it, make this game, and if you think about, and I agree with a lot of the streamers that I follow here, the modding community is not only going to enrich this far Starfield experience for years to come. Yeah. I feel like they're going to essentially make the game what it will be in the future, just like they did with Skyrim. So, yeah. But anyway, let's let's move on to aliens, y'all. I love talking about. Listen, I like the video game thing too. I'm a big gamer, but not like. Again, I can't spend hundreds of hours playing video games. I can't do that. Not anymore. I really wish I could. Seriously, I wish I could. So let's talk about what's going on right now, and I'm going to bring up on I think I can do this. I would prefer to do it on Streamlabs, so you're going to have to look at the video to see what I'm looking at for the Zoom people. Everybody on the panel, please look at the video on YouTube or Twitch to see what I'm about to share with you guys, and then we're going to give some commentary on that and get to the panel itself, the panel discussion.
Should we mute ourselves for this?
Yes, because there will be a massive echo if you do not. If you can't though, then I think you should be able to hear it through. There's a couple audio videos I'm going to play. You should be able to hear it. That's fine. But if you're listening to it while on the Zoom call on a separate device, for example, we'll get a massive echo, and we don't want that. We don't want like 7 different echoes. So to be clear, if you're just listening on Zoom, don't worry about changing your stuff. That's fine.
Right. So,
Yeah.
like me, I'm going to be watching it on my TV. So I mute myself on Zoom.
Yeah, and then you'll listen to the audio and I'm going to give some commentary a little bit.
I'll watch it on my TV and just everyone start waving at me when you want me to come back.
Okay, you got you got it, bro. That's awesome.
All right.
Okay, all right, let's do this, y'all. So I'm gonna go pull the video up, and I'm gonna add. Okay, so nobody has been able to see us this whole time. So let me go ahead and pull up. Stupid. Let me go ahead and pull up the Zoom call is already on screen. I'm gonna minimize it, and we're gonna get started. 1 second here. And screen capture. Excellent. So let's go ahead and pull up Twitter. We're gonna talk about Twitter, y'all. Twitter, as Black Twitter calls it, Twitter. It's not racist because I said it. All right, so check this out. Yesterday, Ross Coulthart, or I believe the other day, Ross Coulthart did a conference or a talk at a play at this. I'm not sure what the event is, but it looks like it was in Australia. There was a lot of interesting things that were said, and I think it's going to upset a lot of people. I was tweeting up a storm yesterday about so many things that happened over the last 24 hours that I think are so important to talk about. We're just going to focus on the Ross Coulthart aspect of it because it's relevant to our conversation today. The topic today is alien agendas, and we're going to take a look at that stuff here. And I am, oh man, you guys, this is going to be, I'm going to respect everyone's perspective because everybody knows what mine is. Oh, all right, I get it. So let's look at Ross Coulthart and see what he has said about this current state of disclosure, David Grush, and essentially what the phenomena represents according to him, his research, and his connections. The people that have contacted him and have talked to him within these intelligence communities, military personnel, and so forth, and not just recently, but over the last several years of his investigation of this phenomenon. Let's take a look at this.
In the traditional sense of the word, he's not breaking the law.
So, real quick, just to be clear, Ross Coulthart is making the case that David Grush is not necessarily a whistleblower because whistleblowers tend to supersede the legal process in order to get information that's been kept in a clandestine manner from the public that needs to be told, or for whatever purpose they feel like it needs to be told. Edward Snowden is a whistleblower. He didn't go through legal processes to release information about some of the atrocities he said were being committed by the United States government. And the same thing with Julian Assange. He definitely did not go through legal processes. They actually went to our enemies with this information, or I should say our adversaries with information about what we're doing in our activity. So David Grush, to compare him to those people is actually a smear. I'm not sure if people are doing it on purpose. I think the general public is not, but I think that when it comes to commentators and alleged journalists, I'm not going to say who they might be. Maybe they run a vault of some kind on the internet. I don't know. They are doing it on purpose because they understand the actual content of this conversation.
He's not breaching anything by revealing what he knows. He actually sought the permission of the Defense Department of the United States to do the interview that he did, and he went to an office called the Defense.
Thank you, Garioki. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to pause the music because it is too loud. So that's what Ross Coulthart essentially just, in a 16-second blurb, said what I just said. I just try to elaborate on it a little bit first.
Office of Pre-Publication Security Review.
DOPSR.
And said to them, I want to talk about crash retrievals. I want to talk about the Magenta 1933 Italy crash. I want to talk about agreements. I want to talk about aliens, NHI.
So what Ross Coulthart is claiming is that David Grush, through the DOPSR process, I'm not going to repeat that acronym, but essentially it's the DoD or the Pentagon's way of people who have classified information, or if they have some kind of classified clearance, if they're going to tell something, a story about something, or they're going to tell anything, write a book, they have to approve the contents of that book through DOPSR because they need to make sure that it doesn't violate national security. He told them, I'm going to talk about aliens, I'm going to talk about crash retrieval programs, and I'm going to talk about alien agreements between human beings, namely the United States of America and non-human intelligences. And the DoD and the Pentagon, whichever one, I can't remember which one, I think the DoD runs DOPSR, they said, okay, So there are people, and why am I bringing this up? Because there are people, some run a website, I don't know, maybe Vault something, and they claim, what's up, Midwest Night Watchers? They are claiming that, Dobster Zola is about writing fairy tales, right? This is a smear, a clear smear. Dobster's about, if he told them about aliens, and he couldn't have told them that. I want to know what he said. Ross Coulthard is telling you. And we don't have the Dobster review yet, the unclassified version, but there is also a classified version, which means that there's classified information that was shared with members of Congress, and of course we know the Inspector General in relation to that those allegations, and they approved it, classified and unclassified.
Now, why did they do that? Why did they come back and approve it? He thinks it's because they felt that at the very least, constraining what he could say within a DOPSA, as it's called, could at least control the narrative.
Okay, important. All right. So he just said this isn't a fact. It is essentially. Thank you, Apple. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Somebody gave me a massive shout out. Thank you for that. I don't know who that is. Apple Ninja? Who is that? 22,000 followers? Okay, sorry, I just got completely distracted by that. I apologize. I'm definitely going to give that dude a follow for what he did for me. Thank you so much for that. But anyway, so what he just said is that they thought, he doesn't know this, but his belief is that they thought that they'd be able to control the narrative. They're like, okay, fine, go ahead, tell your story. No one's ever going to believe you because no one ever has. And again, the grifters are capitalizing on that very thing. They are working inadvertently or otherwise for the Department of Defense and the Pentagon in an anti-disclosure movement.
In their perspective. And so they allowed him to say that much. It's not, by the way, it's not a sanction that what he's saying is true. It's merely a sanction that what he was authorized to say is not a breach of national security. It's a very important distinction.
And David Grush clarified that because, again, some people, I don't know, Green, I don't know, Vault, I don't know, Black, I don't know who these people are. I'm just making up names. You can put them together as you want to. Are claiming that they're just stories because, well, it doesn't have to be true, so he's just making up stories. I don't know how absolutely ridiculous and, in the words of Platonic Zombie, asinine that sounds to anybody else, but it sounds asinine to me. What are you talking about? You're trying to tell me that they have legislation written as a response to the claims made by David Grush and other whistleblowers over the last 2 years because of storytelling? What an idiot anybody might be who thinks that. I don't know who might think that, but if they do, please check yourself into a mental facility because you're experiencing what's called paranoid schizophrenia, and you need to seek help immediately.
But he, like I, was gobsmacked when they came back and said yes. Think about that. Why did the US Defense Department think that it had to allow this man to speak? Because they knew he'd already given evidence to Congress. They knew that behind the scenes, Congress, senior senators on both sides, this is a bipartisan issue. Senior senators, senior Congress representatives on both sides of the House are taking this extremely seriously. They also knew the fact that David had given his evidence in secret to the Senate Intelligence Committee and to the House Permanent Select Committee for Intelligence. It's there. It's 11 and a half hours of testimony, irrefutable. And they also knew that at some stage, history is going to judge them for how they conduct themselves. And that's where we're at the moment. Because I think a lot of people are under the mistaken belief that David Grush is now going to be allowed to stand up in Congress and go, yes, the name of the guy running the program is Joe Bloggs. The flying saucers are kept at number 3 Smith Street. It's not the way it works. He's already done that, by the way. He really has. He's told them exactly where to look. He's told them the code names. He's told them the names of people running this. He's not allowed to tell you, the general public, because it's security classified. Okay.
I feel like it's kind of rhetorical to make that statement, but I get why he has to make it, because there are, again, certain grifter actors in the field. I don't know their names, black, I don't know, something about maybe I don't know, that are saying that, oh, well, why don't they just tell us everything right now and risk their careers, risk their life, break national security? Do that right now. Tell us now, or else it's all a lie. Well, that's not the argument, because karaoke makes a better argument than, again, this is why it is important to have the panel, because there are people in this conversation, in the chat right now, that have better arguments than alleged journalists in the field who spend their life's work investigating this. Just saying. I don't agree with karaoke, but it's a far better argument that he has than freaking some other. Again, like I said, black. I don't know. Green wall. I don't know. Sometimes it's green. I don't know.
And people don't understand this. So there's not going to be a hearing, frankly, where David Grush is allowed to stand up and say all this, unless somehow some exemption is allowed, that he's allowed to speak about things that are at the moment classified.
We will probably never find out through an official channel what David Grush has to say. All right, panel, hit me up, because I want you guys. I've already given my perspective. I want yours. I'm done talking. I want to get your perspective, everybody, on the panel. I think it's important for people to hear your voices. Hit me up, karaoke. What's up, man? Starship Trooper, man. You with me? Bryson's with me. Armenian's with me. Peanut's coming along. Come on, Peanut. Peanut did her hair and everything. Peanut, you look fantastic today. You're muted. I'm sorry. You're muted. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
I said thank you. I finally got up on time for once.
Hey, listen, I never get up. I literally woke up at 10:30 because the Discord was blowing up, and I had to respond. I want you guys to hear something. I'm going to say this live, and I'm probably going to lose some friends. But today, the last 24 hours, I've responded more to Discord than I responded to everybody that I know in the field. You guys got my attention. All right, so let's talk about this. We're going to start with Peanut. What are your thoughts on what I just said about all that crap?
I'm not very good at going first. Can I?
Yeah, sure. I will. We'll do that from now on. We'll give you the chance to hear everybody else's thoughts first, so you can collect yours. No problem. All right, Armenian, what's up, man? Talk to me.
For the most part, I'm with Ross Coulthart. I mean, I like his journalism and I like what he has to say. So, I mean, I was just listening, and I mean, I don't have much to say about what he said. Is there a specific question?
So let me do that, because I think that would be better. Do you think that it's a good argument that he made about why, given reasons for why Grush, first of all, isn't a whistleblower, at least not in the traditional sense, and secondly, that he cannot release some of this information, although it has been cleared through the DOPSR process, to the general public? Do you think that's a fair position to take for somebody like Grush, who's literally at risk of losing clearances and his freedom?
Absolutely. I completely agree with them. I also saw something by, I forgot the other representative, Luna. She was on the hearings as well. She said something
Anna Paul Luna. I had to figure that out.
Yes. Thank you. She also said something to the effect of, well, maybe it wasn't Grush. I might be confusing it. But yeah, Ross Coulthart, I completely agree that Grush could, obviously, he's doing everything through the right channels, obviously, and he's very smart about the way he did things. I completely agree with everything. I don't have any problems with what Coulthart is saying or what Grush is saying.
Yeah, you're gonna have a problem very soon, because the next video is gonna blow your freaking mind. All right, Karaoke, what's up? What's up, man? Karaoke, I see are you trying to get some? Oh, he's getting glasses. All right. I wear my sunglasses at night.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, we can hear you. Talk to me. What's up, man? What do you think about the clip that we just played?
I feel quite pleased, because I'm getting used to all this technology now. I'm pressing buttons on my phone I didn't even know existed. Now listen, I watched that video when you posted it originally, Marquise, and I've got to say I'm heading towards the dark side when it comes to Ross Coulthart.
Okay. Because
I know you're not going to like this, but I've been watching other podcasts the Truth Seekers and Lou Reviews, stuff like that, and they make a really, really good point when they pick apart Ross and everything he's saying. And I don't know. I know everyone's a fan here, so all I'm going to say is, until I see evidence, I've got no comment. But grift is what's in my mind at the moment.
Okay. Could you expand on that, or like give me some sources too, because I'd like to know
he said
as much
Lou
as I can.
Yeah, Lou Reviews and what was the other podcast?
Truth Seekers with I think his name's Stephen Campion. I'm not sure, but he's really, really good at they're not like proper total skeptic websites, whatever, you know. They're not like big fans with Mick West or anything like that, or anyone called Green. But they're just very good. They're very good at absolutely. Well, first off, they say ufology is a cult, and it is. I think it is. It's a religion, but they're really good at saying, like, don't believe every single thing you hear. Investigate it, and they do investigate it very well, and it's well enough. Like I say, it's dragging me towards the dark side. I'm just questioning these people more and more and more each day, because I agree with all the other podcasts. I know you're going to say, Marquise, I'm not going to shoot.
No shooting down. This is not a place to shoot you down. Debates are. This is just discussion. So I'm open right now. I'm open.
Yeah. So anyway, so what Ross said today, it turns out that patch, what he showed. Yeah. Did you see that?
Wait. Hold on. We'll get to that, because we don't want to confuse anybody. Let's just for now, that's actually a good one too. That's going to be fun to talk about. That's going to be a lot of fun, especially if you're a Star Trek fan. But let's start with just is that your commentary on the video that we just watched though?
Well, yeah, I mean, remind me. I didn't watch it just now. I was busy doing something, but I did see it earlier today, so I can remember the patch.
Yeah. That's second. There's a whole nother aspect to that. We're going to get to that too, the patch, because that clip is also, again, it's super interesting. We'll get there. For now, we'll take that. We'll take that position. What
are you talking about now? Then what
right now it's Ross Coldheart. Yeah. So Ross Coldheart.
What happened just before the patch? What was he talking about?
The video we just watched was Ross Coldheart talking about why David Grush is not a traditional whistleblower, because he went through proper legal channels. And then, of course, also why he can't just tell the public about what he knows, because it's obviously classified and it will put him in jail. So he's saying,
I don't know if the rest of chat agrees with me, whatever, but I'm getting sick and tired of hearing it. If it's not Ross saying it, it's George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. Every day there's an excuse why, you know, why he's an ex-alcoholic, why he had PTSD, why he hasn't given the evidence yet, and they'll be saying exactly the same thing tomorrow. So yeah. I'm just tired of it all, hearing it all. I want to see something, but that the patch thing that you're going to talk about soon, that did stand out with me today, and I've got a bit of comment to make on that as well.
We'll get there, brother. All right, so let's move on to Bryson. Sleepy Bryson, what's your belief about David Grush and Ross Coldheart stringing us along all this time, folks? You're muted.
I think he's muted.
Yeah, you're muted. You're muted.
Good?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. I was just saying that Grush went through all the proper channels, so somebody at the Pentagon or Department of Defense is definitely wanting this information to get out. So honestly, I don't think Coldheart is a grifter, but he was chosen for a specific reason. Now, what that reason would be, I can't say for sure. The way they used who was the dispatch? Was it the original? That was the original.
The News Nation?
News Nation started doing a lot more of the TV stuff, but when the original article came out before he did the News
debrief,
Nation
the
interview.
debrief.
The debrief, excuse me.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the debrief was probably chosen for a reason. I can't say why, but I think with Grush going through all the proper channels in the first place, not being considered a whistleblower is a fair assessment. Now, who or why is getting Grush to come forward with all this information? I'm not sure. And I kind of see it as probably a little bit like Lou Elizondo in the way in which Lou Elizondo was authorized to come out with all of his information he's been doing over the last 6 or 7 years since he left the AARO. So that in itself is puzzling to me.
Okay.
I think that's the best way I can put it. It's puzzling because somebody somewhere that's in a higher position, whose name we'll never know, is the one saying, "Yep, we need to start doing this now." And maybe using who was it, John Rodriguez the other night?
John Ramirez.
John Ramirez, excuse me.
Oh, that's okay.
Of him coming forward with the 2027 date is what he's putting forward. All that could be all planned behind the scenes. And what we see as the public is just what they feed us. Right. So I'm kind of in the boat of not being a grifter, like Gary said, but I'm also in the boat of this is being planned behind the scenes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they called.
So you said your own two eyes don't believe nothing.
I take very little issue with anything anybody said. I will say, for the record, Bryson. So in terms of choosing. Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal are the ones who wrote the original New York Times article.
Okay, yeah.
They also were the ones who went to the debrief about this other article for David Grush. And the reason why they went to those people is because the mainstream media, the people that we all criticize for the most part, wouldn't run the story. They wanted to, and of course, if you don't, I mean, we all know the mainstream media is in the pocket of the intelligence community anyway. They're the ones that control the narrative about everything, and they always have. And so, just for the sake of clarity, if I can understand, because to your point, Bryson, there does seem to be some kind of a planned disclosure. There is written in legislation in the NDAA amendment that there is a controlled disclosure process involved. Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLonge mentioned that there are people in the DOD, not the DOD, I'm sorry, in the military and the government. There's only a few of them, but they are there that want to get this out. They think that we need to know, that humanity needs to know, and that they are trying to do it in a way that will cause the least amount of damage to society, the societal structures that we built. So you're correct in your assessment that there seems to be some kind of a plan. However, I do feel like there is a misunderstanding of who is the bad actor here. On the one hand, everybody wants to know the truth. On the other, everybody's criticizing the people that are trying to tell us the truth. You gotta be consistent with at least how you feel about wanting disclosure, and I should say be more clear about what your actual issue is. Because somebody has to do it, even if it wasn't Grush or Elizondo or Coulthard or Leslie Keane, all the names, right? All the names. Even if it wasn't any of them, who else could it be? Or you think it's going to be freaking Dr. Longschlong? Is he going to come up there and just lay it out on the table like he does, at a party? I don't know. But the question is, what do you want, and how do you see something wrong with what's happening now, given that it is the disclosure that we're all asking for? Hold that question, because I want everybody to answer that, please. And I want to get to Peanut. What's up, Peanut? Talk to us.
I feel like I just learned so much from this one conversation right now, because I'm like super bad with remembering names and everything. But I did how Bryson said it, something being planned, and there seems like different forces at war with how it seems to happen. So, yeah, pretty much.
That. Okay.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I think you guys are right. I think there is a plan. I think there is a war. It has been said by Coulthard that there is an interfaction war in the government, DOD, Pentagon, amongst them all. There's a factional war, literally, about disclosure. The question is, what side of history do you want to be on?
I'll tell you right now what the war is. Because of what's happening in the world, Peanut will agree with me, because she was yesterday. With all what's happening with the WEF and all of this stuff and all the things we're talking about, I reckon I reckon it's the war is. A lot of people are saying it's got to be done in conjunction alongside that. And the other half of the DOD, whatever, are going, no, let's just do it now, just do it now. And the other half are going, no, we got to wait because we just burnt down Hawaii and we're going to rebuild it. And,
Yeah. Somebody sent me somebody sent me a TikTok. I don't like this, and I'm going to qualify this next statement here. I do not believe that Hawaii was destroyed by a Chinese space laser. I think that is a racist and generally racist take. However, I can understand why people who are not racist, and I say that because people have been blaming, if it's not the Jewish people, Jewish space lasers, it's the Chinese space lasers. Next thing you know, they're going to be the African dart lasers. I don't know. It's going to be not you.
I don't think that's racist at all, Marquise.
It's not racist. It's not.
I don't think it's racist either, honestly, because China is a country.
So let me just tell you. Let me tell you.
We're being told Russia and China are our two greatest enemies.
Yeah. So let me just be clear. Let me be clear. When I say racist, and I hate to use the term frivolously, what I mean is that when you look at the people that are parroting this in the general, we can have a conversation about these things, and our perspective is we don't have the level of influence that like a Ben Shapiro does, right? Are we out there talking about Chinese space lasers, and then also talking about how black people need to stop being welfare queens, and then also talking about how, there's a different tone to our conversation versus somebody like Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, who's like, hey, it would be really funny if I mock the death of an unarmed black man, because it's really funny to do stuff like that, and then mock about how black people are complaining about. That's the racist aspect of it that I'm talking about. Okay.
Can I just interject for a second about that?
Yeah.
When people say Chinese, I don't want to get it twisted. They're not saying all Asian countries threw a space laser at us. They're particularly saying China. Well, you said China, like you're saying Chinese. If they're saying Chinese, it's a racist. It could be determined as a racist thing. I'm just saying China is a country in its own. So, like, to say that China did this and they are a superpower,
right?
I don't think that qualifies under racism. Just because it's a country, we're not saying all Asian countries did this. We're just saying China as a country.
We'll have to. I think it would be really fun. This is the one thing that I would say. I've had conversations with actual, like, real Nazis, real racist people. I would love to have this conversation with you guys, because I feel like we would have a healthy conversation versus one that always descends into madness. I really do try with those guys.
Sure.
But they don't. They do have a real position on the racist aspect. I will be honest. I'm jaded by that kind of conversation, and so when I hear these kinds of positions, I know that they're heavily parroted in that community of people. Like Nietzsche, we talked about yesterday. It's not that Nietzsche was a racist, not necessarily. He was a little bit of a bigot, but everybody was in that time. So I don't think he's like any kind of uniquely racist person at all. I think he was just a man of the time. By the way, with some very good ideas. But when it comes to the Chinese
and mental problems, and he died of syphilis, so his mental state wasn't questioned too.
Especially later in life. But I do think that when we talk about these topics, I personally, because of being I'm a black, y'all, I have to add what my perspective. I know. It gets people every single time. I have to add the perspective of somebody like myself who feels like, just for perspective's sake, there is a huge element of racism when people use that. They trick other people into thinking that it's a logical argument. Again, this is something that I do when I did study politics. I did see, no problem, Peanut. Whenever you. I have seen I guess you could say the I don't know how to say it without being too explicit. I've seen the argument being made from a racist perspective so often and so clearly, and then being used as I'm not saying it's all, just like you said, you're being authentic. However, the grifters are not, and they say the exact same thing. I have to qualify that, because if I don't, people can be drawn into that echo chamber and then be tricked into believing racist. It's literally the funnel, the sales funnel for the racist ideologies. It's how they
to detract about that then. I apologize.
No. I think it's important that you brought it up because those are the kinds of things we have to address at times when it's relevant. But anyway, we'll talk about the space, the Chinese space lasers later. I'm kidding. I jest when I say that now. Now it's a jest. It's not like, you know. But anyway, so for the most part, everybody thinks that there's a plan. There's some kind of a plan. Do you all think that it's a plan? Do you all think that the people that are pushing for disclosure as a part of what you think is the plan, and I'm referring to, of course, Cold Heart and others, are a part of the bad crew, or do you think they're part of the For Humanity crew? That's what I want to know from you guys. And gal.
The bad crew.
Bad crew. Okay. Bryson?
That's debatable. I don't have enough information at hand to be able to say what's good or bad. You know, I've watched a couple interviews like Gary did from these online journalists that are saying, you know, don't trust the intelligence community. You know, Charles McCullough is his attorney, and he's the former inspector general of the intelligence community. So he's all in that whole entire sphere of, you know, behind the scenes, black projects, whatever you want to call them. So I'm 50-50. I want to believe it's all positive, but at the same time, I would understand if we were being fooled again as we've been fooled for the last 80 years.
Okay. So it's all a facade. It's a trick.
It could be.
A deception.
It could be.
You are more on the side of deception than you are on the side of they're pro-humanity. Right?
I need more information. I want to believe that it's positive, but I also know that I don't want to get my hopes up because then my dreams will get crushed.
Okay, that is absolutely fair. Armenian, what's up, man?
Do I think they're part of the good crew or bad crew? Okay. I'm kind of with Bryson on this, but I think they're part of the good and bad crew. And let me explain what I mean by that.
Okay.
If they're working for disclosure, they're definitely part of the good crew for me. But I take everything they say with a grain of salt, because if they are implying that aliens do exist, but somehow that they're automatically hostile, then I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. So I'm going to say a little bit of both. So the disclosure part is great. Everybody needs that. But as far as the narrative that they're trying to run with, I'm not taking everything that they say into account.
That is I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you. This is why I'm glad we have more voices on. I hate to do this, but thank you guys for doing this, because honestly, the more voices make me think about more things to talk about, and this is really important. So thank you guys. Armenian, excellent freaking point. Peanut, what's up? What you think, Peanut?
Yeah, just like Bryson said too, I feel like I'm agreeing with everyone, but I do want to hope that it's good. I feel like that there may be a worse hidden agenda out there on how it's being disclosed, but I do feel like some of the people that are coming forward are genuine, and they're genuinely doing this for the betterment of people. So I don't feel like it's all necessarily bad. There are some good people, but mostly I think it's not a good thing. It's bad.
Okay.
Like, it's a bad plan. Yeah.
Okay. Do
you want to hear my quick view on it, Marquise?
What's that?
Do you want to hear my very quick view on it?
Yeah.
I think what has happened, and this is in my opinion, I think what's happened, the government agents, whatever you want to call them, have all had their chance. You Luis Elizondo's, all of them, and even John Ramirez said, right, you won't hear from me anymore. I think they've all stopped, and now everyone's been told, right, now let the journalists and the commentators, your Coulters, your Corbell, your Naps, let them, you know, for the next 6 months, let them take charge. And I think that's what's happened. We've gone from all the government guys, or the ex-government guys, to now the journalists and the UFO rock stars leading the charge.
Okay, that's it. Again, these are really interesting. So I got another question, because I think the Armenian and Garyoki have really highlighted something that I think I personally am interested in focusing on, and that is the nature of the phenomena. We're going to talk about alien agendas on our panel later, on our discussion panel later. But I want to know why you're so skeptical of them, because of their perspective on the nature of the phenomena. But let me give you some context here. And we're going to watch another... Actually, you know what? Let's watch this other clip, and then we'll talk about that specific thing. Give me one
I'm
second.
gonna mute really quick.
Yeah, man. Everybody, get ready to listen to the audio on YouTube or Twitch, and we're gonna play a video.
I'm gonna sign off really quick.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, Peanut.
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and check this out. This is really interesting. We'll go with the origins of the NHI later, but let's talk about what these are. So this is about the nature of the phenomena. What does it represent according to insiders, whistleblowers, people that are, in the know?
News Nation interview, and I can tell you, sent the Pentagon into an absolute spin. He started talking about interdimensional beings, and I can tell you there's an enormous amount in that. And a lot of the people that I speak to urge me to not constrain my thinking just to technology. And this might be part of the reason why, if it is true that the US has had so much trouble replicating this technology, which I'm not sure I believe, but if it is true, it might be best explained by the fact that, as Tom DeLonge hinted in his both non-fiction and fiction books, and you might laugh that I'm quoting Tom DeLonge, a punk rock star, but frankly, I have to say, give credit where credit due.
I think that's really important that we hear that out completely. Ross Coulthard, after all of this process now, is not only referencing Tom DeLonge in his books, which, by the way, I have intimately read. Man, they're so good. But he's also saying that Tom DeLonge was right. And there's a lot packed into that, because Tom DeLonge has said a lot of things.
Tom's been way ahead of a lot of us on this stuff from the very beginning. He was, as I write in my book, he was talking to John Podesta in the White House. He was,
which we found out from the leaks, the WikiLeaks leaked emails, Hillary Clinton's leaked emails, where there was communication between him and Podesta and other people within the military, and you'll hear some very interesting positions as well. And again, Tom's perspective on the phenomena is not only shaped by his research, but also by the people he's talked to and what they've told him. The people that are dealing with the phenomena.
Was talking to General Neil McCasland, former director of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division. He was talking to General Michael Carey from Space Command. He was talking to Robert Weiss from Lockheed Martin Skunk Heap Works. And those leaked emails, which I earnestly implore you to go and read, you can find the links in my book. Those leaked emails show that in the run-up to the Clinton versus Trump election, there was a clear expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win. I mean, this Trump bloke had no chance whatsoever. So it was absolutely the case that Hillary Clinton was going to be, and was planned to be, the disclosure president. I know that for a fact.
And then Donald Trump said, some, I assume, are good people, and everybody loved it, folks. And now he's the president.
She was going to disclose. And because of that imminent probability, certain individuals in the US Air Force, I believe, were selected to begin the process of discussing with the White House how to go about doing this. And of course, it all fell in a heap when a guy called Donald Trump won the election, much to everybody's surprise. But what I find amazing is that's another series of breadcrumbs. There's those breadcrumbs.
Now, that's just one part, but let's go ahead and bring the panel back on, and let's talk about it, because I'm going to extend a little bit of that one section where he mentioned not only is there an interdimensional aspect to the phenomena according to those who are, if you will, investigating the phenomena and dealing with the phenomena personally. They have, the scientists, and this is according to Grush, who, by the way, has a physics degree, that the scientists that he's also talked to who are working on the phenomena. This has also been parroted in a sense by Jacques Vallée. It has definitely been parroted by Gary Nolan, that the science behind this phenomena, according to the scientists who are dealing with the phenomena and studying it, is that it's not easily just extraterrestrial. It is there is an interdimensional aspect to it, if you will. It's beyond extraterrestrial. Just open discussion. Let's start with the Armenian, because you're up top here. What do you think about that?
So let's dissect what he said. As far as the interdimensional aspect, I'm all I can go by is what Rush is saying. So, all right. So, as far as his how he dissected all the information that he had from multiple people that came to him, he believes that there's an interdimensional aspect to this. So, if I were to go with what was given to him as data, and that's what he's going with, then I'm gonna have to. Like it would be weird for me to say no, that's not what it is, because this is what he's presenting. Personally, I have no knowledge about whether if it is or not. But if I were to believe Grush, then yes, I would go with what he's saying about that. Sure.
Okay. Steve. Bryson.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Hillary could have been the disclosure president, and Donald Trump threw a wrench in that. But then, if I remember, we have the guy who was the head of Israeli defense. I don't remember exact position. Chaim Ashed, who said that when he came forward in December 2017, maybe it was 2019. He said that Donald Trump was working directly with extraterrestrial groups. And again, I always go back to the same, like, there could be white hats, there could be black hats, there could be, good aliens, there could be bad aliens. So whether or not to say everything was pushed back a few years, I think that could be a fair assessment. But what we've seen during the Biden administration, everything has been not on the executive level, but through the legislative process, people in Congress, such as the Gillibrands and Rubios, and now with Chuck Schumer being on board in the Senate, to your various people like Matt Gaetz, Luna, who I believe is a freshman congresswoman, Burchett, who's been there since 2017, as well as various other names. It's been through the legislative process and not through the executive branch that this has all been coming out. So I don't know about the whole, if Hillary was president, would we have gotten this, 4 years earlier? Maybe. I do listen to another person named Ryusha Malone, who, while he is bombastic in his comments, he does believe that there are more negatives than there are positives in terms of the ET agenda. And he thinks Hillary was definitely on the negative side of things. But that's all opinion. I've seen his videos. I've seen the videos that he brings up. So that's just another point to add to the conversation, and I'll yield my time.
Could I just ask what you mean by Hillary was on the darker side of what did you mean by that?
Her perspective is that the ET presence is not positive for humanity.
Well, it goes a lot deeper than that, but things that can't be said on YouTube. So I don't think I could get into that. You'd have to watch his videos, but he does 3 to 6 hour long streams almost every day. I was watching it earlier from yesterday because it usually plays while we're in this chat here. So I
What's
can't
his
really say
name,
that.
Bryson?
Yeah, what is his name?
Ryushin Malone.
Yeah,
I'll
post
type it
that in the
chat.
Discord. Yeah, post or the chat, any chat, whatever.
Yeah, put the link in Discord, please.
From Green Skyscraper.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, so Ryushin Malone. Okay, so I have a lot of questions about that. I think that I'm not quite sure what. I think you're being cryptic for probably to protect my channel, it sounds like, which I appreciate. We'll talk about that on Discord maybe. Hear your thoughts on there. But I can say that
I just mentioned one thing. Is this about the adrenochrome thing? Is that the line that you're going down?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. So just so you understand, that is a very interesting. Yeah, that is a very interesting topic that I think that is a very dark side to the phenomenon.
Yes, and not something we should discuss on this channel.
It's factual,
it is. We just have to be careful about how we have that conversation. And if I ever strike you down, like I'm not attacking, I have to. If you say something that's like out of line, I mean, you can do that.
You will never strike me down, you Sith.
I rebuke you.
I have to do it for the sake of protecting my channel, not because I'm like attacking you. So just so you understand, if you ever say, oh, I don't know, anything crazy, I'm just doing it for the purpose of protecting the channel.
That's why I wanted to tiptoe around it.
There is a lot to say about that. There's actually stuff that I won't talk about that I'm aware of that is much darker, and I don't think I don't want to be a fearmonger. There's a reason why I don't talk about some aspects of the phenomena that I know for sure are true. There's also a reason why I think that we're in a lot of trouble and that we don't have a lot of time. So I hug my children every night. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think that there is an awareness of the negative side of the phenomenon. But let's go ahead and go to Gary, because we haven't heard Gary's perspective.
One
yet.
second.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Go ahead, Bryson.
No.
What? Oh, he'll be back. All right, Gary, what's up?
Yeah, that means 1 second he's got to go.
Okay.
I totally agree with Bryson, especially because I don't understand American politics. So him describing Congress, the Senate, and all of that, I kind of get what he's saying, and I agree with that. But I certainly think that Hillary not getting elected as president really did throw a spanner in the works, or a wrench engine, whatever. Because I think had she become president, whilst the whole world is going, yeah, the first female president, that's all, it's fantastic, blah, blah, blah. That would have been the distraction we were watching while everything else was put into place. And her not getting, Donald Trump getting in instead of her, just stopped all of that. So I think they had to think really fast on their feet, and that's where your Elizondos and all of these people come from. Like I said earlier, I think it was all the government guys first, and it's all the press guys, the reporters, the commentators, whatever now. And I think she's part of whoever it is that's controlling all of it. I think there's people like that are there controlling all of this, really.
Okay. I'm curious about, everybody seems to be very resistant to this type of disclosure. Is that a fair assessment to make? Like, the kind of disclosure we're getting isn't the kind of disclosure that you feel is the right kind.
This is exactly why. Everyone keeps saying, oh, UFO Twitter doesn't want disclosure. This is exactly it. They don't want this type of disclosure. I don't want this type of disclosure.
Okay.
I do want a natural disclosure, but not this one.
What would it look like? If you had the kind of disclosure you wanted, Gary, what would it look like?
We would not be in charge of it at all. They would just land, they would just appear, they would address the world, whatever. I'd want them fully in charge of it. I wouldn't want our governments having anything to do with it.
What if
I wouldn't trust any of our, unless there's a 3-foot-high grace that stood in my garden saying, hi, how are you, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't trust any, if I was to turn on the news, the BBC, whatever, and they said, and today in Peru we had this happen, and in Brazil there is something appeared in the sky, and there's, yeah. I wouldn't believe it. So I don't want any of this government disclosure. I don't trust them. I don't believe them. I want a natural, recordable, historical event that's none of us are in control of. They just appear, and it's like, wow, what's that?
Okay. And Armenian, what's up? What do you think? What would be? Is it because of this type of disclosure you're skeptical as well? Is it the type of the way that they're going about it, the nature of the kind of stringing along? We can't tell you all the details. The threat narrative that people keep saying, they keep calling it. Is it that kind of disclosure what you're not, in line with?
Absolutely. And it's the fear factor that they are involving, that they're attaching to the phenomena that I am not very fond of. I believe in something called the law of attraction, right? I mean, the law suggests that similar things are attracted to one another. It means that people tend to attract people who are similar to them, but it also suggests that people's thoughts tend to attract similar results. Negative thinking is believed to attract negative experiences, while positive thinking is believed to produce desirable experiences. So if you were to go by the law of attraction, which I believe in, that's why I don't like the kind of disclosure that they're making, because it is based on fear, and we know that fear is the best way to control people. So I'm very skeptical about how they're doing it. And my perfect disclosure would be, obviously, if we saw something like, as the whole planet, something made itself available for us to see, then I would 100% go with that type of closure. I would want the aliens to disclose themselves. Like, I don't need a power broker, whether it's the government or whatever. Like, I want to see it for myself. Yeah.
This is really good. It actually brings up a whole nother question, a line of questioning. But I want to maybe I'll ask one more question for you guys in response to that. Well, maybe two more. First of all, that's freaking excellent. I think the phenomena does need to show itself. And do you think that the phenomena is in control? Just yes or no, and then you can add to this with my next question. Do you two think that the phenomena is in control of disclosure?
Gary, go ahead.
Just a quick yes or no, because you can expand on that with my next question.
Yes, they are.
Armenian?
Definitely.
You think they're in control, Armenian?
Control, I believe that they are in control. However, if there are agreements that have been made prior to them showing themselves, then, and they have to abide by those rules, then it's not complete control because of a previous agreement. That could be at play too.
All right, Bryson, what's up, man?
See, I don't believe that for a start. All of this
the agreement, you don't think that's okay? We'll get there. We'll get there because that's a very important point. Hold on, let me actually write that down.
Problem.
I'm gonna put some of these things in the chat so that I won't forget. I'm gonna post it in the Twitch chat so we can add those to the conversation. Bryson, what's up, man? What do you think? Are you resistant to this?
I think yes, the phenomena is in charge of the disclosure, but I'll have to expound on that later.
And what do you think about? Do you not like? Because I see you say you agree with the Armenian when it comes to, and Garioki when it comes to the type of disclosure we got, is not the type of disclosure that you are in line with. You don't feel like it's the right way.
Well, I mean, we've got too many examples, such as the War of the Worlds radio broadcast from the 1930s. That panic can ensue if you were to just, if all of a sudden Project Bluebeam happens tomorrow and we start seeing things in the sky, all seeing them during the day, visible, then yeah, I think that would cause such a great ontological shock, which is the word the community's been using, that it would definitely be. But I'm open to it, but I'm telling you, the people that I know that are just normal people that I, go to school with, that I talk to, that are friends with my parents, they don't seek this information out. So for them, it would be such a shock, all the questions that would happen behind the scenes, or maybe all the questions would come forward to the public, like, who are we? Why are we here? Have they been here this entire time? Is Ancient Aliens, the TV show, 100% correct on everything? Just a lot of questions, and I don't think the public was ready for that, and that's why they're doing this drip, drip, drip right now.
Okay. So that's fantastic. That brings up so many. Again, I'm going to try to consolidate my question so that it's more palatable for the conversation here. So each of you have essentially agreed that it's not necessarily that disclosure you're against. It's the type of disclosure that we're seeing today, and mostly because of the threat perspective of the phenomena itself. You also seem to be in line with the idea that the phenomena is in control of disclosure, because if it wants to, it can show itself and dispel all of these different, maybe these different, not perspectives, but these different narratives that are being shared by people like Ross and so forth. Okay. Fantastic. I'm glad I got that. I appreciate those perspectives. I want to ask you a question in response to them. So, if the phenomena does show up, you believe, essentially all of you seem to believe, that it would be a positive for humanity. I want to start with the Armenian and ask, actually Bryson, because Bryson's been gone. We'll just keep going, Bryson. Do you think it will be a positive thing that the phenomena will be here for either our benefit or a benign purpose? Maybe say, hey, we're here, you're not alone. Just give me an idea of what you think it would look like, and then please tell me why you think it would look like that. What do you base that off of?
Just based off of various videos and interviews and the numerous television specials that I've watched all over the years, because I've been, watching all this for, the last, you could say, since the 1990s when I was a kid watching the X-Files. So for me, if everything's positive, I want energy to not be run on fossil fuels tomorrow. I want to have, instantaneous travel. I want to have more of a society where we're more equal and less of a, the capitalistic system that's being run right now. But I can want all those things, but whether or not they're going to come, that's always a maybe. And then if you look at it from the negative side, are we a fuel source? Are we if you use the popular fiction movie Jupiter's Ascending, where humans are essentially being bred solely to create a life force to give these negative aliens more time. And, while it is fiction, to look at it from that perspective, that's something I would definitely not want. So I'm on both sides. I want the positives, hoping for the best, expecting the worst kind of guy.
Right. Okay. So, and you're basing this essentially off of a personal desire, essentially, to hope for the best. I don't mean, I hope that makes sense. So essentially it's like, man, I want this to be positive, so I'm viewing it from the lens of potential positivity versus being persuaded or influenced by this, what's being presented now and being called as a threat narrative.
Yeah, because, if we look at, just say 1947 was the beginning of the worldwide phenomenon picking up, even though that had been the ancient alien side, that they've been here for thousands of years. I'm going to say, if the government has been hiding all this behind the scenes this whole time, why is it coming now? And, I've heard points, we don't have much time. Things are going to be coming up here in the future that are going to, change everybody's minds, whether it be positive or negative on the whole, aspect of the phenomena. So I'm going to wait and see. But if I were to take out all the popular culture I've watched, take away all of the interviews I've watched, and just pretend like I'm completely new to the subject, as though I woke up tomorrow and I'm a complete, fresh, new person to this, I would have a lot of questions, and I don't know if I would get the answers I want to hear.
Okay. Garyoki, hit me up, man. What do you think? What's your perspective?
What was the question again? What was the question?
If they showed up on the White House lawn, in I don't know, at the palace, talking to the king, right? Because the queen's gone now. Telling them that they're here. What would it look like? What do you think it would look like, and why do you think it would look like that?
Well, I hope it would be them off their own steam, their decision to do that. I think they're in control of the disclosure, but not in collusion, not in partnership with anyone. I think it's solely them. They're not in contact with the government. They never landed and signed an agreement with Eisenhower or anything like that. They've had thousands and thousands and thousands of years where they could have done something to influence us in the slightest way. They could have landed. They may have landed. They could have been good, shown themselves to be good. They could have shown themselves to be bad. They've had all of this time to do that, and for some reason they haven't. And it's only in the past 80, 100 years, whatever, we've had we're at the stage of our evolution and technology where we could probably decipher what was going on, you know, maybe try and contact whatever. So before that, they could have done whatever they liked without us even knowing or having any input into it, but they haven't. So hopefully, my opinion is they are in charge of disclosure. They're doing it all of their way. I don't think they're a threat. They're not going to come here and, I don't know, say, for example, they lived on salt water and they wanted to empty every single ocean on the planet. Well, they've had thousands of years to do that. So, and they haven't. So if they did appear in front of Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, the White House, or, you know, wherever, I think it'd be, I don't know, I like to think, part of me, I'd like them to land and just say, right, calm down, you lot, just leave us alone. Let us fly around, whatever, just leave us to it. I honestly think there'll be some of that. But and then I also think our governments, whatever, would just attack them straight away. Just like, do you know, in the first Superman film with Henry Cavill, Cavill, do you know where he's landing and there's just a line of all the army troops because they consider him, and I think it will be like that. The world's governments, the Americans, us British, whatever, would just be there, lock and load. Where we'll all be there going, well, I'll be there going, give them a chance, you know.
Okay. There's a lot in that. There's a lot packed into that. I will say, I got to say this because I don't want this to be missed. Just so everybody knows, there's this idea in ufology and in the UFO community that if they haven't destroyed us yet, then they must not be hostile. However, that'd be like saying that, listen, man, we haven't been hostile towards cows, except for the fact that we slaughtered, you know, their entire existence to us is for meat. But yet we've massively increased the population of cows through genetic manipulation and otherwise, steroids and things like that. But for the specific purpose of sustenance for the human race and, if you will, pleasure for eating purposes. Now, we take very good care of those cows as well. Very good care. One of the things that's known among farmers is that they treat their cows like family up until the day they chop their bodies apart and feed them on your dinner plate. And so, and it's considered cruel to treat a cow terribly or to feed it with not good food before you end its life, and to do it humanely. They say to end its life humanely is a good thing, and we consider that a noble thing. Now, most people agree that there's an overpopulation of cows, and it's causing a lot of issues with our economy and other things as well. I'm not going to get into the climate change issue, but for the most part, we take very good care of our cow, our sheep, our livestock, but for the specific purpose of, as Bryson put in the chat, as a resource. And we would be no different to anything that considers us a resource at all. I think that it is when that position does not take into consideration what we do to our resources. We do take very good care of our livestock resources. Very good care.
I think that's wrong because we're sentient. We're sentient. We use our own technology, stuff like that. Whereas like cows and whatever we use as a resource is not necessarily that way. So I think anyone that did land or come here, they would think they'd have to accept that they could we could fight back. We can think. We can, you know.
I have a similar position. I have a similar position about our level of sentience versus the rest of the life on this planet. But I think the difference between us and them is the difference between us and ants, but multiplied by an infinite number. I don't think that there is. I don't think they see us any less, I should say, or any more valuable than we see cows or ants, if you will. Except for, again, the fact that we are. I think that we would be a valuable resource. Not to. I mean, how many times have they said, "Hey, you're going to destroy your planet"? Is that for us or is it for them? And that's something that we have to ask ourselves. To not ask yourself that would be to leave yourself vulnerable to a potential danger. Not necessarily you have to be scared, but like you have to consider that to be thoughtful at all. To be thoughtful at all, you have to consider that, because there are different ways to look at the phenomena, and there's data to suggest both things. They're here to help us is equally, if not more, ridiculous in my opinion, because they have watched us descend into chaos for thousands of years and done nothing. But say to some random people here and there, scattered throughout our society, hey, don't destroy the planet, but don't destroy each other and stop slavery and stop hurting people, stop bombing cities. They don't say that. Don't use nuclear weapons because it's going to hurt your planet. That's the only thing they've ever said to people. And in terms of saving the human race. Now, there are experiencers who claim, they say that they're here to help our spiritual evolution, but they're not doing that. They're only allowing us to continue to descend into chaos further and further. So much so that we're all concerned about another world war, which they haven't prevented at all. Or I try to stifle it at all. The only thing they've ever done is don't use nukes because it hurts the planet, and stop destroying your planet because, it's your planet. And again, those two things only tell me that they're concerned about the planet, not necessarily human beings. And if they are concerned about us, I think the resource would probably be based off of the data throughout history. They are very interested in us. Very. They have engaged it with. They haven't given cows another level of evolution. They haven't given cows our agriculture and different forms of civilization. They've given us that according to religions and according to civilizations throughout history. These non-human intelligences have come from the stars down here to give us culture, religions, and ideologies, philosophies, mathematics, you name it. They've done that throughout for thousands, since the beginning of written and recorded history. They've done this. So again, I do not understand, at least according to the way that if we look at the totality of the phenomena, why there would ever be this argument that they wouldn't hurt us because they haven't yet. It doesn't take into consideration other factors that are just as relevant, especially even more so, than just our want and desire for them to be good. Now, Bryce, Garioki, save it. I know you. I could see that look. I see it. Okay, I can see right through those I can see right through those sunglasses. There's contempt. The Armenian, hit me up. What's up?
Wow. So that was a lot to take in. So if the question
ignore what I just. You can ignore what I said because I'll repeat it 100 times in my lifetime. Okay. The question is, since you guys all believe that they're in control, what do you think it would look like if they showed up? Do you think it would be a good thing for humanity or a bad thing for humanity, and why?
Okay. I'd have to say that my reaction to them coming down and revealing themselves would be completely reactionary from a humankind point of view. I'm not here to make a judgment beforehand. All I'm here to say is that I don't know enough to believe whether they're good or evil, benevolent, malevolent. I do not know. So we as human beings are on the reactionary side of what they are going to do, and we can judge what they're going to do. I mean, we can judge them after their works. Like we have nothing to judge them by now, except that yes, they are secretive and they don't want us to be known. There could be several reasons for that as well. It could be malevolent, it could be benevolent. We do not know. So again, my position is that we would have to take a reactionary position as human beings. If they show themselves as benevolent beings, they teach us more about beneficial things to humankind. Absolutely, I would welcome that. Especially speaking from the point of view of where the world is at right now. I mean, we are in absolute utter chaos, right? I mean, people kind of want a savior, right? Whether it's in the form of the next Messiah, or whether it's in the form of something coming from outer space saying, yo, you guys are kind of messing up over there. Let us give you a little bit of guidance. And I think we could be at that critical point in our human history where, we could be crossing a threshold that we can't come back from. And they could perhaps be here to help us not cross that threshold. So there's a lot of different things. I mean, there's always the fear-based thinking that yes, we are cattle, yes, we are this, we are that, 100%. But we will not see what their intentions are until they make it clear.
That again, this is good. So, it sounds like you share the majority position of the UFO community itself. That's actually what most people in the UFO community believe too. Two questions.
But you don't.
Well, because I have obsessed over over my research, right? So like when you're involved in the research in the phenomena, you have to you can't have that perspective.
Well,
and
actually,
I know this is going to sound really messed up.
Can I actually share some of my views, thinking that they could be beneficial?
Yeah.
Because there is research into this as well, so it depends where you look. So we have a lot of Native American perspectives where these entities, these beings came down, and they were like space brothers, if you will. There's a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just something that I'm making up. So prehistory, our own human history, pretty much states, if you believe it, that they are a friendly force. So that's my perspective. The newer perspective is on the fear side. The older perspective, there's a lot of older perspective that shows them to be very benevolent.
Oh my gosh, I will. Okay, so, man, I think I've spent too much time on this topic. All right, so let me just tell you that is pushback. Okay, so accept this as my position and respectfully pushing back against that thought. And
sure.
It is a prevalent thought recently. It actually is the exact opposite. The original perspective of the phenomena was that of, by the researchers, and of course by human history, is that of a mostly negative perspective. It has not been positive. If anything, it's been benign or negative. This is a New Age movement. The positive alien hypothesis is a New Age movement. It's literally associated with New Age thought. The New Age thought is the secret, the law of attraction. Think positively and you will get that back in your life. So on and so forth. Although they are based off of, if you will, origin philosophies, where they say that as a man thinketh, right? There's a lot of philosophies that talked about that in a sense thousands of years ago. In a sense, faith, prayer, hoping for a positive future and so forth, and that's what you'll get back, right? What you sow is what you will reap. There's a lot of that.
Sure, there's a lot of that, and yeah,
in origin culture. However, there is a shift when it comes to the phenomena. We've always known for thousands of years the darker side of the phenomena: ghost, demons, jinn. All those things are in the lore: dogmen, strange creatures at night, dark figures in your bedroom, alien abductions. At one time, fairies were abducting people in folklore, which, by the way, you should not ignore that, because they were abducting children specifically. There's a lot of lore and folklore and legend, as well as historical, cultural references in history that specifically and very explicitly talk about the negative side and potential of the phenomena, and all of it is that of interfering with human affairs. All of it. Now, in New Age thought, in recent UFO history, people have taken the New Age movement and adapted it to ufology, where even Bigfoot is a friend that can come sit with you at the dinner table and have coffee. I'm not kidding. That is a New Age thought. If you speak otherwise, people will argue with you and threaten you online. Again, I spend too much time online to see this. Everyone is literally doxing and attacking people who have what they consider the negative outcome. Not you guys, but I mean like in ufology, on Twitter, on Facebook, on socials. They are attacking people. The UFO community is attacking people that differ from that narrative, which, by the way, is not the origin narrative. It is the change, the new thought of the phenomenon.
Can we cite some sources? Because I'll put some sources in Discord as well, so we can actually discuss what data we're both looking at. I think that would be helpful.
I mention this all the time, but let's just go with the last 80 years. David Jacob. Hold on one second. Let me pull up my I have a document for you, so I can. If you want me to bring sources, I'll share the document. But let me list them right now, because I think that's actually absolutely important.
Yeah, can we just put them in Discord?
Yeah. I'll share the. Let me share this in the Discord now, and then we'll talk about some of the. Hold on one second. Because we got to make this a fluid conversation.
Sure.
But let me post this for you guys in Discord, so you have what I'm talking about as well. We have David Jacobs. We have John Keel. We have, hold on one second. Let me share this photo. I cannot do both of these at the same time. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sending it now. You should have the image of. So this says UFO researchers. The title is UFO investigator, whistleblowers, scientists who have suspiciously died. Every single one of them had the threat hypothesis for the most part. I should say almost every single one, and every single one has died from mysterious circumstances because they were talking about whistleblowing on the ET phenomena. That phenomena, the nature of it, the threat narrative, has been suppressed by the powers that be. The people that you guys don't like, the people that you're concerned about, they don't want the threat narrative out. They're fighting against the threat narrative. They're saying there's nothing to see here, folks. Whistleblowers, the ones who were directly involved with the phenomena, have been telling us for 80 years there is a problem here. The phenomena is not your friend, and they've been off deleted for it.
Marquise, the way I see it, your mind's made up, and no matter what we say, you'll always believe they're a threat. Because the way I see this whole issue is, it's just like politics or sport. From a very early age, or from the minute you get into it, you pick a side. Are they good? Are they bad? Am I red? Am I blue? You know, whatever.
Do you think that abducting children and conducting inappropriate experiments on them, including up to impregnating and taking the fetus, is a positive thing? If you think that people can't do it, then you got to be consistent here.
I know you've read that. You say that every night, but what I'm saying is, it's obvious.
Pretty big deal.
The bigger picture is, if you believe they're bad, whatever, you'll never believe they're good.
No.
And if you believe they're good, like Stephen Greer, etc., you'll never believe they're bad. I think there's more and more people going to be like me, sitting in the middle, going, I don't want to hear if they're good or bad. Just I'll decide that myself when they show up, when and if they show up.
I will tell
constantly.
I'm just going to post some stuff in here eventually too, just in Discord, where I get my sources from too. If you could review them, I'll definitely check these out. Yeah, and I know about most of these, and then maybe you could get back to me on them.
Yeah, we can extend the discussion to over the weekend or next week. I would prefer.
Sure.
I'm not sure how we can do the weekend or not. If you guys want to take a couple days off, that would be great, because we won't have enough time to have these discussions on a 2 hour.
Absolutely.
But I will say this, okay? We can definitely post those, and then we'll have a bigger conversation about what the nature of the phenomena is, and what evidence and data would be. Because I will tell you, I'm going to tell you guys again, I don't just look at the negative. I look at all of it, and there is a deception in the positive. The positive is being used as a deceptive practice. The people that are pushing for the positive are the ones asking for the coin, and I'm talking about the big coin. And the people that are on the threat narrative are being suppressed. This is not a debate. I mean, think about the conversation we're having right now. The people pushing the threat narrative, nobody agrees with, nobody believes, because they're probably part of the deep state, or they're part of the narrative that's you don't believe because it's not real. And everybody's conversation has been, well, I don't know what the phenomena is, but your primary thought is that it's positive. So although you say you don't believe, you're expressing heavily on the positive side your perspective versus and you're rejecting almost entirely the negative side, at least in the content of your conversation now. If I were to weigh it, massive weight for the positive, very small amount of weight for the negative. And so if you think about it, again, the threat narrative is not being supported by anyone. It's being rejected by the Pentagon, the DOD, the UFO community, the pub. I mean, everybody's rejecting the threat narrative. Everybody's rejecting it. And
I would argue the opposite. I mean, we've had this conversation where we're talking about monetization, where the monetization for this stuff comes from, and the threat narrative seems to be the most predominant one. We talked about it in movies and in culture, where most of these aliens seem to be doing bad things. I believe the opposite, where the good ones, where the good narrative is being suppressed, because when you look on YouTube, you see all these, what was that guy's name that got his hand blown off by the aliens?
Phil
Schneider, right?
He was a whistleblower.
Phil Schneider. Whistleblower, right? And then this whole list that you've made, as the UFO narrative is being pushed forward, we see more and more of these people dying, suicide, mysterious deaths narrative. We see that a lot more of that than we see anything that has to
Wait
do
a
with
minute,
the positive narrative.
but you interpret that? How do you interpret that?
Well, there's a lot more monetization around it. We're talking about like if it's being pushed. If it's being pushed, it's being on YouTube. It's on mass media, and mass media is what's pushing the narrative. So if there's a lot of things about it being, you know, all these like suicides, these mysterious deaths, and all these other things, narratives being, you know, put out there, obviously it's going to have a negative connotation in regards to aliens, right? When do we see anything positive?
What if it isn't
on
positive?
YouTube?
What if it isn't positive? I mean,
but you were just no. But you were just saying it's predominantly the opposite.
No, it is.
And I'm arguing that.
Yeah, I'm saying
I'm arguing that it's more negative.
Have you watched The Hill?
Predominantly.
The Hill?
I didn't.
Okay. How about the Wall Street Journal? New York Times articles, anything? Every single article mocks and ridicules the whistleblowers. Every single one mocks them. Jeremy Corbell had to fight against an entire media station in, I believe, in Australia or England. I don't remember where it was now. I forget. I think it was a British media news network, where they literally played the X-File music and talked about putting on your tinfoil hats, mocking him after he asked them specifically not to do that.
Right, and what happened as a result of that?
He got a second interview because the people fought back against that and wanted them to respect it.
Right, exactly. So my point is that people are behind Corbell and behind the people that are the whistleblowers. So they could be playing it.
The data. So just to be clear, just again, we have to address this I have to address this properly. You should go onto Twitter and type in UFO Twitter. Just do your own analysis. I guarantee you'll see the data is very clear. There is more positive than there is negative. There's more attacks on. I don't hear anybody in the positive UFO community being attacked like they are in the, if you will, the threat narrative UFO. I don't like this is a very primitive distinction, but I will allow it because for the ease of conversation. I understand that people are like the threat narrative term. So there is this aliens are here to help us.
What I'd like to know is, apart from Stephen Greer, who are all these good people taking the coin? Like you say, as you say.
Oh my gosh! All right, hold on.
I can only Greer making money out of saying, yeah.
I don't. Okay, so let me just tell you. Can I tell you something? I will tell you in the Discord. I will not put it on live because listen to me. People are being doxxed. Do I need to pull up the doxing list on this? People are being doxxed for having this perspective. I have a family. I do not want to call specific people out and then they target me. And
I understand, but I watched today because I watched all the Spaced Out Radio stuff. Like I catch up with it on the podcast. I never watch it live. I watched the one today with what's the guy's? Is it Ishmael? His first name?
Perez.
Ishmael Perez.
What you guys were all talking about the other day. I actually saw it today, and he was singing. He was like, "Oh, they're lovely. They're here to help us. This, that, and the other." So people like that get on the online radio shows and the podcasts that probably charge a fee to be interviewed, whatever. They're probably making a little bit of money, but not thousands and millions like Stephen.
Yeah.
I just can't think. I've been researching this for over 45 years, and I can't think of anyone other than Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I will post.
Making...
Yeah, I will post in the chat. I will post in the Discord. Well, no, maybe after the show, if you guys stick around for, we're gonna try to stick to the 4 hours today for people's life. But maybe for a few minutes after the show, we'll talk about. What?
I watched Covenant last night, by the way.
What?
Fantastic.
We just agreed.
Covenant.
Is a you problem if the info is out there is sort. Huh? I don't know what you mean by that. Alien universe. Alien. You gotta give me what you're talking about. Is that Bryson? No, I don't know. I can't see the name of the person that's. There's no
that's
name.
Alien Universe. I already talked to them. They get their name blacked out, so they don't have a name.
Why?
But that's by Choice, just
Okay.
choice.
Yeah, I don't
They
know.
explained earlier.
I don't know what that means. I gotta give me some context there. But anyway, I think that and again, this is not I feel like there is a, how do I say this without, can I say something without you guys taking this the wrong way, please? This seriously, like
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is a forum for discussion.
okay.
I'm here to listen.
I will say this. I do feel like there is a lot of personal perspective versus data perspective, data centric perspective. I spend my life investigating this phenomena and looking at the data on this phenomena, as well as connecting with people, obviously, who are involved with investigating the phenomena. Not Ross Coulthart and Jeremy Corbell, other people, and there is a undeniable attack on the people that are whistleblowing right now. There is an undeniable imbalance of power against what you guys call the threat narrative. There is it's a disgusting assault on people in the UFO community who have a differing opinion from the positive narrative of ufology, and it's by the UFO community specifically and by some influencers. I urge you and implore you to go on Twitter and look for yourself. If you want to have a day of depression, I can deal with it because I've been dealing with it. But I think it's sad to see over the last 4 months, I have seen 6 mega influencers have to quit because they talked about Ross Coulthart, Jeremy Corbell, and some other people in the field in a positive way. And they just talked, hey, this is making sense. I think that the data is correct here, through their research, and they've quit because they've been doxxed. And I mean, I'm talking family members, people have been sent. This one lady who and I'm not going to mention her name again. These people have been doxxed. She quit because somebody released the information on her child's school, where her child goes to school. Yes, but keep in mind, it was another mega influencer, positive narrative, who did it to her. And she screenshotted some of the things that this person posted. He is a very well-known influencer, all for the positive, and he has a religious cult-like following because it's
That's
positive.
horrible that person would do that.
It is
horrible.
not.
That's
it is not. Yes,
like,
but it's
disgusting.
not anecdotal. It's not anecdotal. It is an actual, a real problem. There is, again, I have lost hundreds of followers because of my perspective. Hundreds. It is insane. When I first started this, I had a perspective already. It was shaped in this manner. It just was through my research. I was like, this is a problem here. And then I didn't really voice my opinion because I was personally like, I don't know what people think yet. I don't know enough. When I started to voice my personal opinion about it and basing it off of data, not just like, hey, I think it is because, I was attacked by my own followers who are, again, a part of that perspective. They would tag me in like a Jack Sephardi commentary video, and I'm not going to comment on Jack Sephardi. I'm just saying, this is just what they would do. And then, of course, they would report me for posting stuff about Jeremy Corbell in a non-negative light because they don't like Jeremy Corbell. They think this in similar things to you guys, but they're more on the religious side of it. They're very cult-like with this phenomena. I do not see a cult-like following with the threat narrative, and I'm just using that for fluency here. I do see a cult-like following for the positive, absolutely 100%, and it's undeniable.
Well, that's a result of modern. That's the world we live in with the internet and everything. Just lesson learned. Just don't say anything like that, and then you'll be all right. Just keep your opinions to yourself.
So essentially, censor myself so I can protect myself. Do you understand what that's?
Yeah. Online, where there's a risk of what you're talking about happening, I'll do it. I suggest everybody does that. And when you're in groups,
I want you to think about what I have to censor, though. Think about what I have to. I'm not talking about, Donald Trump being the hero of children, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not talking about, any kind of weird conspiracy political theories. I'm talking about like aliens, right? It's all theoretical for the most part. Like who's got an alien body in their hands? Allegedly the government, where's the evidence, right? It's all theoretical. Why is it that a theoretical perspective is assaulted, and nobody assaults the positive people. Give me one. Give me one person in the positive UFO community.
Doesn't matter.
Marquis, just to be clear, I'm not assolting your belief system.
No, not you, not you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is not the. First of all, I'm more offensive than I think anybody has ever been towards me. I joke a lot, and I think that can be perceived as an offense sometimes. I've been trying to tone that down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But no, I mean, there's people out there who literally are I mean, there's a danger. Russ Coldheart has never received more backlash since he's come out with what he knows. Leslie Keane has been rejected. Can you think about the insanity of the fact that Jacques Vallée is now being rejected by the UFO community because he said they're not extraterrestrial, they're most likely interdimensional? I want you to think about the data. There is a clear disproportionate offense towards what you guys call the threat narrative than the alternative. It is not up for, no offense, but it's not a debate, guys. You got to spend your time. If you want to waste your life like I do on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and watching the interviews and listening to commentary and reading the comment section, it is unequivocally true. It is 100% true. There is a cult-like following for the positive.
Marquis, listen to me. What I'm trying to say is, this is the world we live in. Yep. It doesn't matter what subject you're talking about, ufology or whatever. In this country, over here in the UK, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, the wars people have, because you've got one group of people going, she stole him from the royal family and blah, blah, blah. And then you've got another one going, well, no, she's there. This is like the modern royal. It doesn't matter what subject you're talking about. People will dox and do all of this stuff. And to protect yourself and your family, you will have to censor yourself. Even if you say just before, like, this is a disclaimer, this is only my opinion, or this is not me, this is something I read today. This is the way, and it's going to be even worse. Yeah. The better and better AI gets.
Yeah.
You know.
I got to address Platonic Zombie real quick. I want to ask you the chat a question, because Platonic Zombie called me on something. Yes, I do think that. I mean, do you guys think you spend as much time as I do on this topic?
Personally,
I
do. I've spent.
I know I do.
I've spent since my childhood about this topic.
Okay.
I don't know how much and how many hours you put into it, but this has been, and I also think that there's synchronicity in this room, because a lot of people in the same room believe in the same kind of things, and I think that's why we're here to meet up, so to speak. I've had experiences even when I was young that happened to me in Turkey.
We got to talk about this one day. We got to talk about those one day.
100%.
Yeah.
But like this and other things, as far as interdimensional things that have happened to me, that have shaped my life. I have spent countless hours in the middle of the night, things that I think about every single day, that I don't have the exact answers to.
Yeah.
These things have kept me up for a long time. So as far as like research, yeah, I've done research, but I've done research into my very specific thing that I was looking into, which has ufology and aliens in it, but my thing is more interdimensional and has to do with other things in those other dimensions. So I've done a lot of research as well. So, but I take your word for it that I'm not saying your research is wrong.
This is not what I was going to say. Is I think you guys have done more research than me. I guess I started it off really bad. I feel like I've only been doing this for a year. I mean, I've watched. Who hasn't watched documentaries, right? I think that, and from what I understand, especially Garioki and the Armenian, you guys are the old cats in the room, right? You guys, I think you two have done more research than all of us, especially me. I think that a lot of people that are in the field have done more research than I have. I don't know. I guess that did sound really bad. I didn't start that off well. I think that Platonic Zombie was thinking.
You now, player. How old do you think I am then, Marquise? If I'm
25, 25 26, you know? 25, 26, you know? Like,
well, let me tell you, apparently, my birth certificate says I'm 53 years old. I don't feel that. I may not look it.
No way. Wait, how old are you?
Yeah, 53.
Okay, 53 young. All right. This guy's sharp, dude. My gosh.
Bro, I'm 50 young
And
myself.
I'll tell you now.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, so okay, the gray hair, okay, Karaoke, the gray hair, Armenian. You cut it, so you can, so it's harder to tell. I can see that.
Yeah.
Every time I get my hair cut, the barber says you're not losing your hair. It's better to have a full head of grey hair than no hair. No offense, Armenian.
I'm taking.
But
I used to have no hair.
But no, so Marquise, listen to me. 1977, I went to see Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It didn't blow my mind. I wanted to see that film. So that's how long I've been into the UFO, reading books, researching and everything. 1977, I was 7 years old.
Oh my gosh.
1977,
wild,
Star
dude.
Wars coming out as well, and it just blew my mind. And my life, since then, my life has been ufology, all of that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And I can understand that there's going to be nothing worse than dedicating your life to something and having a train of thought all your life, and then somebody or a group of people come in and says you're wrong, and you're like, no, hang on, I've researched this all this time, whatever. But so you got to respect both people's views, I suppose, you know. But and it has happened. Yeah. You have been wrong a few times, haven't you?
Quite a few, apparently. This is according to you, especially, right? No, I think my point, the point that I'm trying to make is, I cannot proclaim at all that I'm like an OG researcher. I'm a new cat in the field, and so when I talk about my perspective, I'm not saying, oh, I'm more researched than you guys. I think that I honestly rely on the chat a lot of times for referencing, especially the older information that I still have to, like, hey, what's that guy's name again, or what's that one situation? You guys have been involved in that stuff for decades. What I feel like, based off of looking at the atmosphere of this conversation, people are ignoring data because they don't like what it represents, and specifically the UFO abduction phenomena, the non-human intelligence abduction phenomena. It is the most ignored aspect of this phenomena. And I think it's disgusting. It's terrifying, and it's honestly, it is a. I will say it is a big blind spot that we cannot ignore. We cannot ignore it. So let's talk about for a moment the experiencer phenomena, because just for a moment, when you guys look at, because Ross Coldheart and all these guys say that what we're dealing with here on this planet is the negative aspect of it, not the things that you guys are hypothesizing about. I think there's good out there. I believe in a God. I believe that God has angels. Do I think that those beings are here to eat us? No. So I do believe in a positive aspect of the phenomena. I think that's all part of the phenomena. I don't think that what's here doing the things that it's doing is a positive thing. That's the specific thing that I am concerned about with people in this conversation. We are not talking about potentialities. There are all kinds. They could be made out of soda. They could be made out of gas. They could be made out of pencils. Oh, lead. They could be lead beings. Who freaking knows, right? We can do that. But lead beings aren't doing the things they're doing today here on this planet. That's what I'm talking about. What we're dealing with is a problem, undeniably. If something comes here, says that I am your God, sacrifice your youngest women, your virgins to me, do you think that's a positive thing? Well, thousands of years ago, they said that the gods wanted that. If something comes here and says, I made you and you're a slave race, that is all you are, do you think that's a positive thing for humanity? Well, thousands of years ago, they said that was a positive thing, or that was an actual thing. Some people have said recently, in our recent history, they came into my bedroom, they floated through the walls. They took me out of my room. They paralyzed me, took me out of my room. I was terrified. They invaded my personal space, took my clothes off, and examined me inappropriately without my permission while I'm screaming for my life. And they did it while telling me, don't worry, we won't hurt you, while I was screaming in pain. And then when they were done with me and they did their inappropriate experiments and they sent me back home, I was left there with nothing but the memory of that trauma. And for the rest of my life, I experienced PTSD. And now, this is what I have to live with for my life. Come to find out, I was pregnant for about 2 or 3 months, and then they came back to me and they took my baby, and then they didn't tell me why. They revisited me a couple years later, told me that I have all these children that they gave me, that they took from me, and they want me to hold them, they want me to raise them, they want me to teach them about being human here and there throughout my life, and that's all I get to do with them. And by the way, now I love them because they told me that I'm special. That is called Stockholm Syndrome. We have a phenomena that is...
And what do we do to animals that trying to help them that they don't understand?
Trying to help them? Bruh, that is not the... Yeah. If they were coming down here and then just fixing people and leaving, that'd be a different story. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. That is not the nature. No. There have Michael. Of that. I talked to Michael Carter on this show, by the way. Michael Carter, Ancient Aliens. You know, he is a believer that they are positive. The tall, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and this is so strange. They're the positive ones. He's met them, and we disagree, but respectfully so. Obviously, I like Michael Carter. He's a very good spiritual teacher. He said they terrify him. The sight of them terrifies him. They fixed him, though. After terrifying him a couple of times, visiting him over and over again, they eventually fixed something in his body. And now he thinks that they're positive because of it, and some other experiences that he's had. That is literally the nature of the phenomena, the abduction experience. Fear, dominance, helplessness, and then examinations, inappropriate behavior. That is so cute, Peanut, by the way. Inappropriate examinations, impregnation, and as the documents by the Pentagon say on their preliminary assessment for unidentified aerial phenomena or anomalous phenomena now, they have what's called, there is an association between the phenomena and unexpected pregnancies, as well as missing fetus syndrome. I do not care if we do this to pigs or chickens or cows. It is inhumane to do it to ourselves or any other animal, and yet we do it for sustenance. It is equally inhumane, or I don't know what you would call it intergalactically, to do that from them. We cannot.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Yep.
Who was Jesus' mother?
According to the Bible, it was I think it was Peanut. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was what they call immaculate conception. It was given. The pregnancy was given to her by God. And just so you guys understand, that's a good question. If this is what I think about the immaculate conception, the fact that the immaculate conception was not only accepted, but welcome by Mary Magdalene and her husband, who was told about this conception. It was that the conception was allowed to go to full term, and that full term, that baby eventually became what is known as in the biblical text the savior of all of humanity. It is vastly different than show up, give you no answers, take your baby, and never tell you why, leave you with PTSD and trauma.
I mean,
did Mary Magdalene experience trauma?
There's a lot of similarities, though. You gotta admit that.
There are similarities.
There's a non-human intelligence impregnating a woman that gives birth to a child that has superpowers.
You could say the same thing about an assault victim. Hey, listen, a dad who loves his wife gets her pregnant. Just because you got pregnant from an assault doesn't mean that you should hate the person. Is that there's similarities? Impregnation, human being, coming into the bedroom, there's a lot. Sometimes people like that nature of intimate encounters where they want to be thrown around a little bit, smacked. Right? There's a lot of similarities.
We're not talking about assault victims. I'm talking about
I'm
talking about very specific.
We are talking about assault victims.
We're talking about a non-human entity coming into you, getting you pregnant, right? Isn't that what you were
That's an assault. That is an assault. It is an unwelcome.
Okay, then what?
Encounter.
Okay, but anyway, can we get back to Ross Coulthard's patch, please?
I think this is an important conversation. But if you guys are uncomfortable, we can change the subject. All right, so let's go back to the.
It's fine.
Not you, Armenia. I think Ricky and Bryson are like, oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
I think.
No.
I thought the terms and conditions we'd already discussed that we're going to have certain questions each night, and We can't go off subtopic, whatever. I thought we was playing that game.
We can do that. That's fine. Okay, so let's move on. So let's look at the next clip by Ross Coulthart on that same interview, and this one is about the potential of us being created by the non-human intelligence. Let's listen to what he has to say.
I regularly talk now to people at a really high level, both serving and former, in US intelligence, US defense community, who tell me that they do not think that there is any justifiable reason for keeping secret the fact that there is a non-human intelligence that has been engaging with this planet for millennia.
It's not just me, guys.
Just the last 90 years. We are probably, I suspect, and I don't have this determinatively, so please don't go out and say that Ross Coulthart said this for sure. But I've got a hunch from tips that have been dropped to me that humans, our origins, are probably because of those NHIs. It's interesting, isn't it? And that a lot of our prehistory is better explained if you take into the account the idea that there has been an NHI presence on this planet for much of human evolution and history. And imagine what that does for religions. And
First of all, that literally ties into what we were just talking about. But well, I understand it's a phenomena that people do not like. Karaoke wants to ignore the data. Karaoke wants to ignore it. I don't like it. It hurts my feeling. Sleepy Bryson doesn't like the data. Sleepy Bryson. Can you believe it, folks? He doesn't like the data. All right, so let's talk about this. So Ross Coulthart is suggesting, and by the way, so has John Ramirez, and if you will, what's that? Somebody talk. Oh, that's me talking in the background. So has John Ramirez and some other people, of course, throughout history. There's plenty of examples in religions where we were created by God, or the Mayans or the Sumerians believe that it was the Anunnaki. Peanut. And others throughout history have talked about that. So let's talk about it. Armenia, I want to go with you. What do you think?
What was the whole? I caught bits and pieces because I had to take off my headphones to listen to.
That's okay. So Ross Coulthart said that he thinks that it's possible, according to some of the hints that he was dropped by certain individuals in the know, that we may have been created by a non-human intelligence. We may have been that our existence may be as a direct result of the non-human intelligence.
Yeah, I mean every single religion in the world presupposes that we were made by a non-human intelligence.
Do you think that we are?
I definitely think there is creator or creators.
Okay, that's a simple. Peanut.
I believe that. Please excuse my son. He's excited to be.
It's okay. It's cute.
I don't believe we were created by the aliens, but I believe they've had an influence on us as a people. But I don't think they made us.
Okay.
Like Aryans, anything like that. I think we were made by God.
Okay. Bryson?
For me, it all just depends on who you believe. In terms of what people have told us, from Zachariah Stitchin saying that we were here on this earth as a hominid species. That was then the DNA was through various experiments changed over time to turn us into what we are today. And if I were to believe that, it sounds like a really good answer, and it sounds like a better answer than the simple stories we've been told through at least religion side. Since I grew up Southern Baptist, the Bible, the Christian Holy Bible, was what we used. And because I had to go to private school for so many years, they drilled in our heads, everything about evolution is wrong and the Bible is 100% truth. So it depends on what your source of information would be. I do think it's a better answer that we were here as hominids, an early version, And the reason why we haven't been able to find as many missing links is that the manipulation of our DNA did occur. But at the end of the day, um, who's to say? Because everybody's got their own sources, and my source might be wrong on that. So I would be inclined to believe it. I just want to know who's right.
Okay, who's right? That's a good. I think it's about perspective, right? We don't know yet. We don't have 100% proof that I can lay out in a document with video evidence and scientific. We don't have that yet. So essentially, like I said before, most of this is theoretical and about perspective. No matter how informed anyone is, including myself, it's all theoretical and about perspective. All right, Karaoke is back with us. Wrong, Karaoke. Wrong. Wrong. Wrong.
I'm sorry, can you give me 1 minute? I'll be right back.
Karaoke, do you think that we were created by a non-human intelligence?
Say again, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you think that we were created by a non-human intelligence?
Yes.
Wow. Why? Why?
It's too obvious. We're the most evolved creatures on the planet. And like I said earlier, we're sentient, we got technology, all of that stuff. Why isn't any other animal or creature on this planet? We must have. I'm a big believer that, we were either they adapted us and we evolved faster and greater, or we was grown somewhere else and brought here on purpose, and we were an experiment for them to watch.
Okay, all right.
I'm also a great believer in. Do you know this time thing? You got to realise, like a dog's life. What is it? 7 years for every year it's alive, and then you've got massive big oak trees that their lifespan is what 700, 800 years more. What if the aliens are like that? What if 1,000 years to us is like half an hour to them? You don't know. They may get here and move like sloths. They might move so slow, you know.
And then we do have those pieces of evidence from the Holy Bible of humans having lived longer at certain periods of time before supposedly the flood. I think that's possible.
Yeah.
I also think that we could have had our DNA manipulated again so we wouldn't live as long. I think that's all very possible. But that's just using the one source of, the Holy Bible. I'm sure there's several other instances that I can't think off the top of my head where they've said, like this person lived 800 years.
Yeah, and it wouldn't shock or offend me if one day, even if I was an old, wrinkly old man, one day they said, actually, all of your history's a lie. This is how you started. It wouldn't shock me. Like I said yesterday, I think the results of disclosure is what the problem is we're looking at, and that's all part of it, I think.
There's a lot of questions that I have about this perspective myself, and just from the general public, because me and Peanut pretty much agree about when it comes to creation, right? We have a belief about that, but when it comes to the alternative ideas from our perspective, I'm curious about, let's say that the Bible was telling the truth, right? The Garden of Eden. And that this is a really big question. I hope you guys can handle it. That the serpent told, we kind of touched on this before. The serpent told Adam and Eve that questioned whether or not God actually told her not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because that was the one commandment: do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because in that day you shall surely die. Now, I've heard some people say that the serpent was the hero of the story, because the serpent essentially enlightened the Adam and Eve, the first creation, the first human beings created, and so that would be, in some people's mind, the hero of the story, and that God, in their perspective, suppressed human knowledge and understanding of the universe by not giving them access to good and knowledge of good and evil. I want to
Yeah,
know
and
what your perspectives are for the non-believers first, and then Peanut, we'll get to you because we're going to dovetail off each other here. Bryson, you were talking, so what's up, man?
Yeah, I mean that's a very similar story to Prometheus in the Greek mythology of, bringing man fire. My only question is, with Genesis being written the way it is, if God is supposed to be omnipresent and omniscient and all powerful, then he would have known that mankind would have fallen from the grace of the Garden of Eden. So I believe that the better interpretation is that our view of who is God from the Bible can be several different beings, if not one singular being. I also believe that Jehovah is a different being. I believe Yahweh was a different being.
Well, real quick, just I gotta. There in the beginning, there was let us make man in our image. That's
an interpretation of, excuse me, not interpretation,
It says
but
Elohim.
Yeah,
specifically.
Elohim.
Which is
Yeah.
plural.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I would believe in the story of Genesis, but it was just written from a perspective of someone who supposedly we can say was Moses that wrote it. That would have been, hundreds, if not thousands of years later. So maybe it was oral tradition that was passed along at that time, and their interpretation of who is, the creator beings versus who is, the source of all, the source, if you want to use that in the New Age term. I believe that they're different.
You think that the creator, like God, is different than source?
I think the biblical perspective of who God was to these people at the time is different, as in they were physical manifestations and not, a supreme source that is, say, at the center of the universe, that is the, the creator of matter and life in physical forms.
Yeah, just to be clear, that would be inconsistent with what the Bible says. The Bible says that he is the beginning and the end, right? The creator of all things that exist. Before there was anything, there was still God. The idea of a God so the idea of a God in the Christian perspective is that there's a being, hard to conceive for us, that has always existed and will always exist and does not have a beginning or an end. It's not a being that's created, that is in this universe and operates under the laws of physics in here. It's one that is completely beyond this realm of existence and has always existed in an eternal form and will always exist. There is no beginning or end to this God. That is the nature of what Christians believe a God is, and that's what the Bible says too.
Yeah, but the Bible was also written by man, and man's fallible.
No, I'm not arguing for. I'm saying that in terms of what Christians believe God is, they do believe that God is the source. I think that, or actually beyond the source, because the source for some people has a lot of humanistic characteristics. What God is to Christians, it's one that we'll never be able to understand. Right? Christians believe in faith, and sometimes you just will never know, and you're gonna, right. There's a lot of leaps of faith people take in Christianity, and so to us Christians, Peanut, just real quick, just to clarify that point, there isn't a conceivable description of God, at least one that we can really put into a box, like there would be as people put source in a box. It's separate. It's different.
I think that person is different, or not even a person. That whatever you want to call it, being is different from the creators.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Because what you're so the Bible doesn't say that, but your perspective is that that is what it is, and like even though the Bible says this supreme being is the beginning and end of existence and always existed, is eternal, your perspective is that, well, even though the Bible says that, it's written in man's interpretation, and you don't think that being that's being described is actually the supreme being, the beginning and the end. Okay, that's thank you for
100%.
Thank you. Armenian, you were going to say something too. You were kind of.
I've got so many different ideas about this.
Should I save you for last?
Can you just give me the question, because I have a lot of info on. Sure.
So the serpent in the Garden of Eden, if there is a truth to any, like Prometheus, as Bryson mentioned before, if there was a being like the serpent, for example, that tricked Adam and Eve, literally tricked Eve into eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is what God told them the only thing they can't do is that. Because in that day they shall surely die. Do you think that the serpent is essentially the hero of the story because he influenced them to attain knowledge and understanding of the universe, the nature of existence, beyond what God allowed them to have?
In Gnostic tradition, if that's what we're talking about over here, where the serpent is the actual one of the parents of yall, which is also known as the demiurge of this world, the being that created this world, the earth. If we're going by those traditions, then yes, obviously the serpent would be in Prometheus, the same as Prometheus. There's also a lot of polytheistic views besides Christianity that predate Christianity. The Sumerians that believe, as well as many others that say there was more than one creator of the world. This goes back to Native American beliefs, to old world beliefs. So if that is in fact the polytheistic version, which predates the monotheistic versions that the New World believes in, like religions such as Christianity, Judaism, Islam, then we would have to take into account the Gnostic text, because Yaldabaoth, which is the demiurge who created this world, did have two parents outside of this existing universe that he made for himself, that he wanted everyone in this universe to believe that he was the supreme God. There's also references to in the Bible, oddly enough, to say that Satan is the god of this world. So there's a lot of different interpretations.
Yeah, there is a reference to say that Satan essentially is like, especially when it comes to the rulers of this world, is influencing heavily the direction of humanity. That there's an unseen being that has a hand in how humanity operates on this planet. It is, and that it is being allowed by the supreme God, the ultimate creator of all.
Right.
There is. I'm not sure about the reference to him creating the world, but to being essentially in charge of what happens with man. There is some suggestions to that in the Bible.
So it depends on which data you want to look at. There's a lot of data outside of the monotheistic religions. There's a lot of data, a lot more data than obviously the monotheistic religions.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, there's a lot more lore to the monotheistic religions, because those old polytheistic religions in text form did not survive, obviously. But there's a lot more of those in quantity versus what is on this world now, as far as monotheistic religions go.
And do you think that essentially the hero of the story, so to speak, I'm just speaking for the sake of fluidity of conversation. Do you think that the serpent is the hero of the story then? The one who gave us access to more knowledge versus the God the Bible talks about, or any even the, if you will, the pagan or polytheistic religions.
This is my eternal struggle as a human being, as a being, as an entity. I don't have enough data, and I don't believe I have the correct data, and I don't have data in full. So what I have is basically corrupted data, is how I view it, and it's corrupted because it's not a direct knowledge passed to me from the source itself to say this is who I am. All I have is intermediaries. All I have is different religions to basically tell us who we are. So unless I can get that, unless I had perfect data to tell me from that creator source,
that's good.
What I am, then
good. That is actually really. I have a follow up for everybody. That's edgy. So if you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to on live. We can talk about it off live. Garyoki, what's your perspective?
I don't have a perspective.
Okay.
You
don't know?
I don't want to offend anybody, but I have no insight to religion or anything like that whatsoever.
Do you think that Prometheus? Do you think that Prometheus was right to give us fire?
See, you talk to me about Prometheus, and I'm just thinking of that film I watched the other night. I've got no.
Awesome. That was awesome. So Prometheus gave us fire. Prometheus gave human beings fire against the will of the gods. He defied the will of the gods by giving human beings a technology, fire, that they weren't supposed to have because of its destructive nature. Do you think that that was a good thing or a bad thing that Prometheus gave it to us anyway, against the will of the gods?
Well, to me, that's just a version of control, isn't it?
That's what I wanted to know. Yeah. So that's you do have a perspective.
That's my view. Is that they gave us fire. You know, we do wonderful things with it. They didn't want to give it. It's like giving a child a box of matches. There's a risk, so I suppose you can look at it in that way. I suppose.
That's a dynamic perspective. I appreciate that. I know you didn't have one at first, but we got you. We got your perspective. Got him. Everybody, record that. Clip that, y'all. Clip that.
That makes sense.
Start a YouTube
Very
channel.
good perspective.
Yeah, it is, man. Thank you. Bryson, what's up, man? What do you think? Do you think... Oh, wait. Did we already get you? We got you first, I think. We got you first. All right, so my next question is edgy. But I want to get Peanut because, Peanut, I know what you're going to say, I think, for the most part. But I got to hear it because we need everybody's perspective before I get edgy here.
Yeah, that's actually a question that's bothered me for quite some time. You know, because here you're supposed to have this super loving, all-knowing God, and then... at least from how it's written, it's like, so you were withholding information or knowledge or something from us. And that's something that's hard to understand. Why would anyone do that? But I don't know how he originally intended for us to be. Perhaps, I mean, we would like grow into adulthoods, but in terms of like our ability to love and be kind, it would probably be more that of a toddler that just never got angry. You know, we would be in almost like bliss ignorance, maybe. So I guess I just, because you know how earlier I said, even though I believe God created us, that doesn't mean that we weren't influenced by external factors. I believe he said to Satan and the demons that follow him that he could reign of this world and do what he wanted and whatnot. And for all we know, that he made the Anunnaki or like that. Or
all the religions, right? That's what this suggestion is.
Yeah. So, it's like, did he give us consciousness? What exactly did they give us? And you just have to assume, at least from my perspective, that was God's will in the end. And we just have to have faith and pray that we're going to be okay, because those are actually fears that get to me, even like, I'm not going to lie.
I have my questions too. I don't have as many fear. That's actually, I appreciate you telling me that, because I don't have as many fears about, not in that direction as some of you have a kind of resistance to the idea, or in your place, Peanut, you have a little bit of a fear, like why would this be, why is this even a thing? And what is withholding that information from us, was it really a good thing, or was it a bad thing? And look, anyway, so let me present this to this way, and I'll give a bit of my perspective, and then I want to ask this edgy question. You do not have to answer it if you don't want to. You give a kid an AK. What do you think is going to happen? Well, I mean, we know what happens, because parents are literally deleted from existence because of it. Siblings are, and the like. You ever see that movie where the kids get left on the island? I don't know if they get left or crash or something like that on the island. It's all kids, and they're all left to their own devices. And they all break up into tribes, and one of them, the older ones, essentially hunt and delete the younger ones and the weaker ones from existence. It's about power and dominance if left on their own, because these kids, they don't have the maturity and understanding of life of the true value of human life, and an understanding of how you should conduct yourself in a civilization. Lord of the Flies. Thank you so much, Mary Pizzazzle. My gosh, I'm terrible with names. I'm sorry, but thank you for that. Lord of the Flies. Fantastic movie. Freaking watch it. There is no world, no universe, where giving a child a weapon of any kind is a good idea, especially when there are other siblings that can be affected by this. And so my perspective is, I think it is objectively true. This is my perspective, okay? Listen to me. It is my perspective that it is objectively true. You do not have to agree with me. That doesn't mean I could be wrong. That giving us knowledge of good and evil, which, as has been told by God, would lead to our inevitable death, was the right decision to keep it from us, because it was the purity of soul that would have allowed us to live not only in pure prosperity and utopia, if you will, and direct communication with the God, the creator of the universe, God walked in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Can you imagine if the world were that way today? The serpent stopped that, cut that connection, severed it, with the promise of something again. It's literally the age-old sell your soul for a little bit of candy. And so to me, I think it is insane to believe that the literal personification of deception, of an evil, if you will, giving us knowledge and power and technology that ultimately inevitably led to our demise as an entire human race. That the idea that is a good thing is insanity to me. Doesn't mean that I'm right. That is my perspective. Does anybody have anything to say in response to what I just said? What's up, Bryson?
Just like blew my mind.
Sorry,
if we're tying this metaphor into, would we be ready if we were to be given technologies by the aliens? I think you are right. Humans are very childlike and our wonderment, and we might not be able to handle using said technologies if they were just given to us, much like you can't give a child a weapon like that without them learning first on either a mental level or a spiritual level, even if we were to use that metaphor. So I'm in agreement with that statement that you just made.
Okay.
That's pretty much what I was going to say too. Like, perhaps the knowledge of good and evil was something we were eventually to learn, if this wasn't all God's plan, just speaking theoretically here. And maybe it was meant to be like a process where we had to be taught and learn and gain that knowledge for ourselves. And instead he just, completely skipped that whole plan and gave it to us right away, and we just weren't ready. Maybe it's something like that too.
Anybody else? Because I do have something else to add to that.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Armenian.
So, the premise was giving a child a weapon, right? That was the whole. All right. So, if it was all right. So, if God, being omnipotent, all-knowing, knew that Adam and Eve would eat from this tree, and you have to assume, if you believe that God is omnipotent and all-knowing, that he would definitely know that they were going to eat from the tree. Then why did he plant the tree where they could take that? It's almost like a parent leaving the AK in the side of the room for the child to discover. Okay, so that's
good perspective, right?
So I mean, it's there. And he's basically saying, he's like, don't do it. But everybody knows, if you tell your children not to do something, you walk out of that room, what are they going to do? They're going to do the exact thing that you told them not to.
Except that there was an external influence that persuaded them through deception to do it. That's kind of the element that's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room.
I disagree because the serpent is one of God's creations, and if he is all-knowing, there's not an external factor. That's an internal probability.
Well, hold on. Wait. This is important. You are. I am so glad you literally led into the next my next point about this. This is what I was gonna say. So if you guys have a partner? Has everybody here had a partner before? I mean, obviously me and Peanut have. I mean, Armenian, you've got kids, right?
Yeah, I got kids.
Okay, so
Married.
yeah, we karaoke. You've been in a relationship before. I'm pretty sure you pimp daddy over here.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
look
I'm
at
not
that.
married, but
Look
yeah.
at this. Of course you're not married. This guy gets too many ladies all over him. Bryson, what about you, man? You got
The
any? You
British
got any?
ladies know me.
Got any chibi girls or any kind of waifus out there, man? What's up?
Not at the moment. I have had significant others, but no, not at the moment.
When you go to the store, right? You guys go to the store. Your significant other's with you. You go to the beach. You know they're gonna see some bodies. Do you say you better not look at anybody? And if you did, how would you feel if they did? And how would you feel if they didn't? What would be better? Would it be better for your significant other, the person you love, the person you've given your heart to? Literally, you've left yourself vulnerable to this person. What would be better? For them to do it on their own volition without you having to make them? Or for you to make them and then follow your instructions because you made them? And another question would be, how many of you think that ChatGPT can be your girlfriend? Let's say that there's going to be an AI program, a machine learning program, that it can be programmed to not do something because it's God, and you program it to always love you and never do anything wrong. How much more valuable would it be for a person on their own volition and free will to choose to love and be loyal to you versus one being made to? Armenians got thoughts. I seen those facial expressions. If you need clarification, please let me know.
Well, the ChatGPT threw me for a curve. I didn't know where that was.
because on the one hand we're talking about human relationships, and the other hand we're talking about godlike creations that are forced to do what you want them to do, and the value of those relationships is different based off of what I mentioned, what I presented to you guys, and that's the free will aspect of it.
Okay, so from my point of view, and this is completely different from the kid picking up the AK kind of thing, because we're assuming the kid doesn't know anything, right? We're assuming a kid doesn't have enough knowledge to make correct decisions.
I want you to take into consideration.
Versus a wife.
I want you to take into consideration. You are thinking critically about this. You do not do the same thing about other things, and we'll talk about that. But let's.
Oh,
this
wow.
is good. This is good. No. I'm calling you out. Okay, go ahead.
No, please do. So if it was my wife and we went to the beach, would I tell her not to look?
Yeah. So would you tell her? Would you prefer that she not look, that she stay faithful and loyal to you even in sight, or would you prefer to have to tell her and her listen to you? Which one do you think would be more valuable to you?
I mean, obviously, a relationship is built on trust, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have to tell her anything, honestly, and
she should be allowed to. By the way, I think that everybody should be allowed. I mean, that's not
100%.
fair.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous. People have eyes. You're gonna see, and like, there's a, I mean, it's your sensory.
Yeah.
It's your sensory.
Yeah. It's primal. It's primal. But I mean,
well.
people. But if somebody chose not to, though, how would it feel? You know, like of their own volition.
Chose not to look.
Wouldn't it feel? But like there are relationships that are ruined because a partner, male or female, when they go out, I've heard this so many times. I don't care personally, but there are people that I know, and I'm like, dude, you gotta like calm down. But that's irrelevant. Where they're just so hurt by the fact that they're not looked, seek. They literally just seek after it. It's almost like they have a necessity to feel that kind of attention and attraction for somebody else constantly. There's a big problem in a lot of our culture today, American culture specifically, where faithfulness and loyalty is a problem. It's not very well promoted.
A lot of cultures, yeah. In European cultures and like South American cultures, it's expected, right? Almost in some cultures.
So what I'm saying is that wouldn't it feel? And I think that anybody would feel. I mean, if I got a girl and we go out and she's looking, I'm not gonna be like, really? I'd be like, all right, I see what you like. But like, not everybody feels that way, and there are people who go far beyond that. Trust me, I had a girl. I mean, I left her because of this, but she literally was like trying to be in front of somebody else all the time. I'm talking about trying to be, seeking after trying to be. That kind of makes a man. That hurts a man's ego, if anything. But it also hurts your feelings when the feeling that you have for them isn't reciprocated, and so you realize that relationship isn't worth keeping if there's not a reciprocation of that loyalty. Versus just a natural human inclination to feel attraction for somebody. There is a difference, and I think women and men experience the same problem equally. But in terms of relationship, do you think that that's a fair thing to value more someone of their own volition being loyal versus someone who has to be told and forced, or an AI, for example, creating them like you're their god, where that relationship is directed entirely by you?
Okay, so if obviously by their own volition, if they did not seek that type of attention, obviously I would be more pleased. That goes without saying. I mean, that's not even a question. Like, yeah, that's not even a question.
Yeah, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here. I think that the whole serpent situation, I feel like that's the point. The point is about free will. The one factor that people tend to forget when they're talking about Prometheus, or the gods, whatever, the Bible, or any other myth.
I'm sorry, I can't make the same connection with those two, though.
There's a
completely different situation.
That's because you're able to think. That's because you're able to think critically about this, but not other things. We'll get to that, my friend. Well, that's a critical thought. That is true. There is a vast difference between Prometheus and the Bible, right? But in terms of
between a relationship and the relationship between a snake and being the seed, is completely different.
What? No, not the snake. Oh, what, bro? I mean, if you're God and you created beings, do you want them to be automatons, or do you want them to have free will? Do you want them to choose to love you, or do you want to make them love you?
If God created me, right?
Mm-hmm.
If God created me and a population, then like what kind of God
allows you to make your own decisions?
What kind of God needs that kind of what is it called? That constant reminder that, like, oh, I need to, like, that constant, I don't know what the word is. It's almost like I constantly need your devotion, constantly, like, me, versus if I was a benevolent creator, and I created these beings, in my view, yes, absolutely give them free will, but not be the kind of person, not be the kind of God, I don't believe, in my view, where I have to seek that kind of attention from them.
What if that attention is what connects you to source? There are people in, for example, the spiritual New Age movement who believe that a loving connection with source, just in terms of philosophically speaking here, is a way to live a more prosperous and holistic life, one that is at peace, and that is, in essence, the same kind of relationship that you would have with a God. You can call it prayer, but some people call it mantras, meditations, and the like. Those things are talked about in practice in every philosophical perspective in religion as a communication or connection with source or God or whatever. It's a unanimous among all religions and philosophies to be connected constantly in some way to source, super consciousness, super ego, whatever, higher consciousness, higher self. It's all about having that loving connection. Some people now believe it's the extraterrestrials, having that loving connection with them, because they're here, they're spiritual creatures and they're here to help us. That loving connection enriches their lives. So without that loving connection, they say that there is a disconnect from the true value or the true experience of life here by being disconnected. They claim that by being connected, we can then, therefore, have a happier and more prosperous life as a civilization. How is that different?
I believe in the source theory that if you are connected to your source, then you actually do have a more fulfilling experience throughout life, right?
Wouldn't that contradict your previous statement that God wanting it to?
No,
because what He wants is for you to have that connection. The whole purpose, and I'm trying. There's a purpose to this conversation. We're going to move on from this because I don't want to make this about religion. But the purpose is for you to have a better life. It's not about. God is God. It's about you having a chance to have a good life, and not only this life, but also potentially afterwards. That's the purpose of that connection. The same exact thing that's mentioned through every other religion.
Yes, 100%. I believe that there should be a connection to that source. What I don't believe in is the monopolization through religions to say that this is the source and this is what you got to believe.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Pin that. That's it. I appreciate that perspective. Pin that. All right. So has everybody had a chance to talk about this, or did we not? I think we got everybody. I think we got Garioki. I think he said his perspective. Yeah. So we got that. So let's move on to this. Alien. We're gonna have the open panel discussion for the last hour and a half. I'm gonna start off. Go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. The question, the next. Let me close out. We're done with the Twitter stuff. We're done with this. We're gonna go on to the alien agendas. This is gonna be a fun transition. I want to hear everybody's perspective on what they think the alien agendas are. We did touch on it briefly in earlier parts of this conversation, so you can obviously clarify more, expand on that, or give a differing opinion after all that has been set up to this point. What do you think the alien agenda or agendas are, and why? What do you base that theory off of? I want to start with Peanut, because unless Peanut, you want to go last again, you want to hear everybody else's thoughts first?
No, I'm just gonna flat out say I have no idea. I think it is as humans' plans with like animals, but even more so than we could even fathom or think of all the possibilities of what it could be. It is a diverse plan, probably.
Okay, so diverse agendas, more than one alien race and stuff like that.
Hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Did it look at this?
Can you hear us, Peanut?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear any of the last part that I said?
Yes, we heard everything. So you think there's a diverse agendas, right?
Yeah, I connected to my tablet. My bad.
That's okay.
Come here.
All right, so then Peanuts she thinks diverse agendas and perspectives, or diverse agendas and possibly even diverse beings, more than one being. Let's go ahead and get Garioki in here, and then we'll go Garioki, Bryson, and Armenian. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Garioki, hit us up.
I'm going to be busy making his food really quick, by the way, but it'll only take me a few minutes.
Okay. Well, I think the agenda is... I think that we're a massive experiment, and they're monitoring us, and that's all I've got to say about that. Really, Forrest Gump.
No, I believe that is a possibility. You know, I think I said earlier, I want to believe in the positives, but the negatives are so much. The negatives outweigh the positives so much that, you know, using pop culture reference again from Jupiter Ascending, I just watched again the other night, how we are a resource meant to be farmed. But I think there is a diverse amount of aliens, and I want to believe there's a federation of planets that's stopping the evil ones from doing that to us. But, you know, until it happens, I'm just going to sit back and watch and wait and listen.
I think what you just said there about the negatives outweigh the positives, that's only because you've been told that. Everything you watch, people say that. You don't know that as fact. It's only what you've continually been told.
Yeah, no, that's
you can,
but it's valid. I mean, it's absolutely valid. I mean, everybody has their point of view, and yeah, it's probably has a lot of influence. We all have influence, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any personal encounters myself, so I can't say, you know, whether or not one person being healed by beings and another person having their kids taken away. I can't say. All of it is, like Gary was saying, that it all comes from, you know, outside media that has told me that. And, you know, it's who do you choose to believe? And for me, I'm going to have to sit back, watch, and listen.
it's like I said earlier, I think there really is two sides to this. And whatever side you decide to be on, no one can change your mind. So whether you think they're a threat or if you think they're good, you know, people will fight all night long.
Yeah.
That's where it's crazy on UFO Twitter, and that's where you get people doxing or whatever it's called, you know, because we've got the outlet to do it now. All of this technology. That, I mean, look gone are the days when I used to have to go out and buy books or DVDs, and now I can just go through YouTube every day and see 100 things more, you know. But they're all trying to influence me, where my mind was made up years ago. So until we see something, you know, with our own eyes.
Yeah, I mean, before DVDs, there were VHSs, and even then, they've been around my entire lifetime. But, you know, it used to be the only way you could see a movie was going to the theater. They didn't play it on the TV later. So the way we consume media these days, it seems to be overwhelming and coming from all these different sides with all these different, if we want to, you know, just loop back around to the alien agenda, I can't say, because I've seen so many different media sources. Like I was watching a guy earlier, this Ryushin, and he's all negative. It's all negative.
Wrong.
Perspective.
Wrong. I'm just kidding. Sorry guys, thank you. So let me just, I got to respond. This is, oh man, the conversation is fantastic. You guys did great.
Are you doing your own again?
Can I respond to that as well?
Yeah.
So I've got a new theory that I'm working on.
All right, let's hear it, man.
All right, so as we know, like, I know that Christianity for a fact is nowhere near as powerful as it used to be in past generations. Neither are other religions. A part of the alien agenda, and this goes back to Garioki and the idea of control, the alien agenda might itself be the new form of control, through like a religious kind of thing that they would present to us. It could be the next thing, like as the old world religions die out, and if the aliens are actually in control, like according to Gnostic tradition, the way I believe could have happened. I think the alien agenda could actually be a new form of control for the whole planet. So it's not regional anymore. It's not Christianity, Islam. It's not Hinduism. It's basically, here we are. We're going to present you with everything that you want to know, and there could be a whole new religion or movement made out of that.
Very interesting.
It could be a very real possibility.
You mean like I've literally been saying for the last, I try. Oh my gosh. So okay, so that's fantastic. I'm so glad you brought it up.
It could be. I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it's a possibility. I get it. You're just being.
But that's not But wait, that's not necessarily in a dark light. It could be in a good light.
You think that a clandestine?
The thing is, what you've got to realise is, what you've got to think about is, what can they do? I think that's planned. This, as everyone says, the false alien attack. That's the ultimate way to get control of us. What can they do to ontologically shock us enough to believe, you know?
I mean,
I think that
showing up is enough. Showing up is enough to really mess with humans, the human condition, if you will. I gotta. So let me respond to a couple of things that were said though, because I think it's important to address some of the things that you guys have said. I originally asked about the alien agenda, and all of you have given a different perspective. Well, slightly different perspectives. I don't. Peanut gave me the idea that she doesn't know, but there probably is a diverse. I think that most of you agree that there's probably diverse. Garioki seems to be the one to mainly reject the idea of any negativity at all with this phenomena, because he thinks that what we're being
all
told.
Good. Yeah. All good.
You say that, but your conversation has been supporting entirely the positive and rejecting entirely the negative. Just to be clear, it is. I mean, you have very much so been against the what you guys call the threat narrative.
Yeah.
So I will say you have to be honest here. You got to be honest about that. You do have more of a positive.
I'll be honest. I think it's your fault, Marquis. The way you structured your questions is the way I respond. So, you know, if anyone's to blame, it's you. You're wrong again.
I mean, I think that's kind of fair what he's saying, because, I mean, they are loaded questions a lot of times. So, I get it.
Asking what the alien agenda is a loaded question.
No, I mean,
what
like,
would be the proper way to ask the question?
No, but like the premise is that they are evil to begin with. Is
No, that's
the basis of
that's my perspective about what the phenomena we're dealing with, and I
Correct.
also I qualify every single time I qualify what I mean by that phenomena. I don't say like, hey, a person in Alabama said they saw a human-looking being that came to them and said that they need to save their daughter from a choking hazard tomorrow at 4 p.m. Oh, that's evil, man. I don't say that because that's the kind of stuff that people claim to happen. What I say specifically is the abduction phenomena where people are talking about, and I specifically talk about, that's my perspective. Those questions that I ask,
I don't think you do come out with specific facts, Marquise. You repeat yourself every night with the same thing, like about the young girl that got pregnant and then had her baby taken away.
No, not just one. I literally have quoted the book, The Alien Agendas, the book, The Threat, the Grey's Agendas. David Jacobs. I mentioned about David Jacobs. I mentioned about John Keel. I mentioned about Jacques Vallée. I don't just like randomly say. To be totally honest, that's a strange thing to say because, you got be a big boy here, all right? Don't be upset. You guys literally are telling me that your perspectives are this based off of nothing but your perspective. I am telling you I believe this based off of the data that I've read from books and people that have researched the phenomena themselves for the last, I don't know, 70 plus decades. I don't say I think they're good because people say they're bad and I don't like it. I say I think that the people that are being treated in this fashion by these beings are not positive. I always say that. I qualify what I say every single time. I don't know why.
Every question you ask seems to be loaded with what if this happened or what if that happened, and the answer always is that all right, they're bad.
Give me an example of my question so I can because this is a criticism. I need to know exactly what you're so I can.
All right then, right. Everybody remember this because when you mention the young girl getting pregnant and then after 2 trimesters, whatever it is, she had her babies taken away.
Hold on.
When you say that tomorrow night,
that is an entire phenomenon that has been documented and reported in the preliminary assessment for UFO, unidentified anomalous phenomena. I'm not just saying that. I specifically quote my source.
No, listen, Sir. What I'm saying is, you see, whenever anybody comes up with any argument or comment about, well, possibly they're good, you always come out with, well, what about if this happened? What about that? And what about the girl that had her baby taken away and stuff like that? So when you mention that tomorrow night, I'm going to go crazy and go, do you remember tomorrow? I told you, you're doing it again.
I want you to think about what you're saying. I don't want you to mention the data that I don't.
We're on YouTube as well.
Oh, yeah, that's okay, man. I don't want you to mention the data that you have because I don't like it and it doesn't make me feel good. I want you to talk about the possibilities and potentials absent of the data that you're aware of. That's literally what you're asking me to do. Literally. You understand how that's problematic?
Marquise, at the end of the day, it's your show, mate. You do and say what you like. You set the agenda and we'll follow gladly every night, every day. But I just want, it's pointless asking, like me in particular, every night, do you think they're good or bad? Well, there's more evidence or more data or whatever to prove that they're bad. I don't care. And until they land, I'm not bothered. Until they get here and, they're good or bad, I have no comment on it really, so...
Can I just make a comment? Something that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
When we were talking about the phenomena of the woman getting pregnant.
It's not just one. I mentioned that because there's data on it, and I mentioned the data.
Sure.
I try to.
Sure, and I just want to add to that data, and I know this is not a popular belief, and I mean this is the. If you want to talk about like getting doxxed, this is the kind of stuff that you would get doxxed over because what I'm insinuating is that the very story in the Bible about Mary having very similar experience. And I know you're gonna say, well, no, that was God, and she knew that this thing was gonna come.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Just, do you realize that you're not using critical thinking here, but you did earlier? This is exactly what I meant.
But can I just finish my thought before you tell me I'm not critically thinking?
Yes, please.
Please. I just want to finish this up. So the Annunciation was basically, I believe, God sent the angel Gabriel to Mary to say that this is what's going to happen. Correct?
Yep.
And she accepted.
Yeah.
I believe it was.
I don't remember the angel.
Okay, well, my point is that she was expecting this. Now, you yourself, referring to the phenomena where these things can take on any form, could you not see? Can you? Is it completely unbelievable to you that it could have been an alien that came in the form of an angel to get her ready for the not abduction, but for the birth, for the insemination of what we believe is to be Jesus? Like, is it that far of a stretch? Because we're talking about beings that can illuminate themselves, make them look like, that they're God or they're angelic.
It's a difference between like a planned marriage that somebody agrees to and is okay with and turns out to be not traumatizing, but a very positive thing for not only the person, but also.
Well, I'm talking about the deception factor over here.
How is that deceptive if they're asked? Well, if they're given the choice, if they're given the
because the deception is here. If you are one of these beings and you are coming onto this woman in her sleep as an angel, as a good being, and she thinks that she's doing the world a service by saying yes to God, please, yes, use my womb so that humanity could be saved, and the alien agenda is to actually have her bloodline be mixed with the alien bloodline. It's very much the same as any of these people that are saying, well, they did it forcefully. Okay, well, this is through deception, and we have a whole religion based around it. Is it that inconceivable to you?
Let me think of how to say this the right way, because I think I offended you guys with a couple things. When I say critical thinking, I think that you do have critical thinking skills. I do. I think that you dispel them when you think about these situations versus other ones. For example, there is a dynamic to the situation that changes the entire, not only outcome, but also the nature of the experience itself, right? So let's talk about what the differences are. When people talk about the abduction phenomena, there is a mystery, there is a mystique, there is an unfamiliarity, there is an invasion, there is a fear, there is a terror, there is a forcing of, there is no choice given. There are experiments done, there are strange creatures that are involved, multiple usually. There's a medical procedure that's involved with it, and again, all of this ends up with everyone left with trauma. Even the ones that ultimately eventually turn out to be positive, there's always a trauma, PTSD, and sometimes even Stockholm syndrome involved with that experience. And none of it amounts to anything positive for the experiencer or anybody else for that matter. It only benefits the beings that are making the claims. Do I think that is different than what happened to Mary? Absolutely. I mean, I would think that, it is true that would be different, because even the nature of what you describe of the experience it's nothing like that. It's like, again, it's the comparison is that, somebody got pregnant by a being that wasn't human. Well, in that case, they're the same. But that's only if you leave out every single other factor in that situation. One, the angel came to her in the form of whatever form it came in, giving her the knowledge and understanding of what was going to happen to her. She not only did she not resist it, it wasn't a terrifying experience. It did not leave her with trauma. She was allowed to carry the baby to full term, and the baby was, again, is responsible for an entire religion that, at its core, is one that claims to be for the betterment of humankind. And again, at its core, if principles were followed according to the Christian Bible, those principles would revolutionize the world overnight. Right? They would. I mean, again, we mentioned some of the principles last night, but I can always pull up a very specific list of the kinds of things that are being told to be practiced by people who believe in that Bible. And if you look at them, they are what most people would say are good things. However, with the aliens, if you will, the difference is that they're not giving anybody any of these kinds of instructions, and it's all manipulative. It's nothing but lies, and almost always, and I mean always, there is a trauma and PTSD left with the victim, and they are victims because it's called assault when you do it, and especially in the fashion that they do it in. So that when I say about critical thinking, that's what I mean.
So, how about the people that you said are left with the Stockholm syndrome? So could Mary not be one of those cases where she is in? It wouldn't be love with.
Yeah, she doesn't fit the parameters. The parameters are very like there are a lot of things. So there's a danger. There's a danger in the type of analysis that people do with the phenomena. And I mean, biblically, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you you should believe in the Bible. I'm not going to do that. What I am saying though is when it comes to the phenomena itself, there is a danger in trying to compare it to human any kind of other activity that's done by human beings. Like for example, we do it to cows. We do not do what they do to cows at all. We're not literally impregnating them with our DNA. that is not.
No, I'm talking specific and non, NIH versus humans. Not even cows involved. I mean, I'm talking specifically encounters between non-human intelligences, and there's a lot of parameters that do fit it for me. I'm probably going to do a lot more research on this because I just kind of stumbled into this. But I will do more research, and if there are cases where some of the abductees are not all scared and they don't have PTSD,
there are some. No, there are some. But
so I'm going to look into that.
So how about I send you a couple? How you know what the biggest problem that people tell me? I've even been told this by a fellow researcher when I have conversations and debates on this in other platforms. I have all of this information. I've studied all these books. I've read all the, I've done all the research on the UFO, the history of ufology, and, the interviews and all that stuff, and that's great. But not everybody has, and so when I talk about these things, I talk about them in absolutes, right? Because I feel like I have that knowledge base that pretty much solidifies my perspective, and I don't see how everybody else doesn't see the same thing. That is a character flaw. Just so everybody understands, that is a character flaw. However, it is also a good quality when it comes to what I do here, because that knowledge gives me an expanded perspective that allows me to have very deep conversations about this phenomenon with other people that have different opinions. I challenge people, and a lot of times people do not like that because they have a perspective and they don't like the way that I frame my questions, to Gary Oki's point. They don't like the way that I frame my questions because my questions, in their opinion, are framed in a way that is loaded. But a question in essence is always going to be loaded no matter what way you ask the question. So for example, if I say, okay, do you think the aliens are here to help us? Then you could say, well, that's framed in a negative light. Because my perspective, it's not positive, so therefore just by asking the question, I'm implying somehow that it's negative. That's an impossible thing to overcome. I cannot change the framing of that question because the framing is in your consciousness, not in my question. And so when I ask these questions, sometimes you're right. They are framed in a way for the specific purpose of addressing the phenomena we're dealing with. Why is it that Ross Coldhart says that they're negative? Because he just believes that they are, or because he's become aware of information that tells him that they're not here to help us? What?
Talking to Ross Coulthard, how's he doing? I'm not trying to ask a loaded question or anything, but did we ever get round to his patch that he's got, or?
We don't know that yet because he doesn't even. I mean, the only thing. Oh, you're talking about that. The video of the patch where it said that the. Hold on a second.
Because I turned off earlier and said I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I didn't know whether you discussed it then while I was away or if it's yet to be talked about.
Hold on one
second. I know there's a lot of chat on the Discord about it.
I'm looking at the chat on YouTube too. Platonic Zombie, I oh my gosh, these are some good questions. Everybody, these conversations go on for like 15 hours. I'm not gonna do that today, because it would be so good. I could literally do this all day, guys. Oh my gosh, guys.
I would love to do a 12-hour one. I'll be up for
One
that.
day.
Definitely.
One day. I'll involve whoever wants
Yeah,
to.
I don't know if I have the stamina for that.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me find that clip because I don't remember where exactly it is, but I know that people have clipped it. Up the patch.
I'll put a photograph of the patch as it was sold at where Ross got it from
Here
on
it is.
eBay.
I got it. Let's check
put
it
a
out.
photograph of it.
All right, we're gonna play that.
in
We're gonna play that
Discord.
audio. We're gonna play that audio. Give me 1 second while I share this display for everybody here, and then we will. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Let's turn the game off completely, and then turn on this. Okay, let's check it out, y'all. This is what Garyoki's talking about.
I did a Need to Know vodcast a few weeks ago, and I talked about a guy whose relative worked at Area 51. And there were a lot of skeptics and debunkers at the time who said, he didn't put the patch up that he referred to on the podcast. And the guy was so angry that I'm using this, by the way, to talk about the dilemma of witnesses. Because the guy who has allowed me to talk about this was so angry that there was the usual spite, malice and bitchiness from so much of UFO Twitter that he said, fuck him, I'm going to allow you to run it. You can run it. This is a patch of a relative of a guy that approached me who has given evidence to ARROW, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And I'm only going to put it up for a little while, and then we'll put the Close Encounters thing down again, and we'll talk about it at the very end. But you're all given the duration of my speech to crack the secret behind the patch. Okay? There's a really interesting story there, and it's quite hilarious. But what it goes to is what this person, and very, very convincingly now, on the basis of information he's provided me privately, convinces me that this is a patch for a team at Area 51 that are involved in reverse engineering. And more importantly, the story that he told me that I related in my vodcast with Bryce Zabel, Need to Know, an exemplary vodcast if any of you are interested, was that this guy's relative had been working, I can actually tell you a little bit more about him. He had been working as a data configuration specialist at Area 51. He collected data from engineering tests and was in charge of storing it inside large, secure vaults. And he had access that others didn't have in that regard. And he told me that he was part of a group of 10 individuals who worked on terrestrial-based technology. But there were specific groups, he alleges, within EG&G, they are the former administrators of Area 51, that did certain things. And there was a senior EG&G engineer who his relative spoke with in 1997, who was in charge of reverse engineering what his relative told him was non-human technology. And he said that in the data room where all of this material was kept, there was a huge image on the wall of an egg-shaped craft that had been found fully intact, resting on the desert floor of a remote US location. He didn't his relative didn't tell him the exact location where it was found. In fact, his relative was very non-compliant. What happened, to be honest, was this was a young man who took an interest in the fact that his relative worked at Area 51 and one day wandered into the study and snapped a picture of this patch. And the reason why I'm sure that he's telling me the truth is because he also snapped a picture of a group of people. And without going into the details about that picture, it has more than convinced me as to his bona fides. But essentially, at the heart of all of this there is a story behind this patch, and we will come to that later. You can take it away now, Josh.
Dang it. He talks about a Star Trek episode that, well, I gotta find that episode now, or the full. Why would they clip that and not show the full part of that? What's the point of?
If you Marquise,
Mhm.
are you still watching it?
Yep.
All right, I'll keep quiet.
No. I'm sorry. That's it. What's up? What do you know where it's at? Do you know where that clip, that specific part is?
Yeah, I think it's in Discord where everyone was talking about it, and Platonic Zombie actually did the code.
I found it.
So
I found it. Hold on.
The Next Generation.
Hold on 1 second.
First.
So I got it. Well.
So I told you about this patch, right? And 11001001. Measure, analyze, protect. And what they're talking about there is protect the secret. 11001 is the 15th episode of the first season of Star Trek.
Hold on. Star Trek. I think it's season 1, episode 15. Is this it? Shore Leaves? That's what he said, right? I think.
1 is the 15th episode of the first season of Star Trek, the Next Generation.
The Next Generation.
First broadcast in 1998. And it's... I've spent ages watching this episode and trying to find the secret inside this episode. Why did they do this? But it's about these binary aliens called the Binars who steal the Enterprise. And their home planet was being threatened by the shockwaves of a supernova, one that they missed in their calculations, and the resulting blast would disable the computers that keep life going on this world. So they stole the Enterprise to store their planet's entire data sequence, and they needed Picard and Riker to send that precious information back to the world or risk the end of their entire species. And essentially what it is, it's a reminder about the power of technology and the dangers of technology. And I have trawled every source, scratched down every lead, trying to find out why they put 11001001 on their patch. But if anybody wants to try and shed any more light on it, there's your task. But basically, this was a guy who met, the guy that owned this patch had a conversation with a scientist who told him that there was a crash retrieval program. But at risk of, and this is going to send incendiary shockwaves, I can tell you, through the UFO industry, because the other thing that this guy asked me to say, these are not my conclusions, but I can tell you that this is information that came from somebody who had direct conversations with somebody with direct knowledge of what was then a crash retrieval program involving non-human technology at Area 51. And he said that his relative never went public because he wanted to live out a quiet and peaceful retirement. He said Bob Lazar did work.
All right, so he's going to, basically, he doesn't believe that Bob Lazar. All right, hit me up, Chad. What's up? What do you guys think about that?
I didn't watch it. What are we commenting on?
What? Didn't you, weren't you the one who told me to look this up?
Eh? I'm on my phone, remember? I can't do two things at once.
Oh,
eh?
So did you hear the video?
No, I didn't hear nothing, but like I say, I saw it earlier in the day, so what part was, I will remember,
So
what part was you just watching?
So we watched the part where he talked about the binary code, and
right,
you know, about the binary code that was on the patch, and the binary code was 110011, I think 00, something like that, and it stood for it's a reference to the episode of Star Trek, episode 15 of season 1, and he gave an example of, I guess he kind of summarized the episode as being representing the dangers of technology. And the Armenian thing in the chat, a lot of the messages from these non-human entities is your technology is dangerous, be careful, things like that. There's a danger of technology. I think specifically said the dangers of technology is the same message found in a lot of encounters. So
I think in Discord today, Platonic Zombie run the code and it come out something like 99999F or G, something like that, and he Googled it, and it's actually related to the government or something like that. I don't know, but
I'll check there.
But like I was saying earlier, I feel like I'm slipping to the dark side because I was watching these two channels that literally tore him apart over that patch, and apparently there are Area 51 experts, like guys that used to work there, and they have their own secluded secret little meetups, you know, all these retired guys that used to work at Area 51, and apparently there's one or two of them that are like absolute experts. They know every patch that was handed out, how many each person got, everything like that. And apparently it is a real Area 51 patch, but it's nothing to do with alien, like recovering alien vehicles or anything to do with aliens. Apparently, when they was testing the stealth aircraft, it was something to do with the radar. It was like the team that fired the radar out to the stealth aircraft to measure its vulnerability, how stealthy it was. And so apparently it's that patch. And I can't remember the specific things that are on there. I know there's a dome that represents the radar patch, and there's something else. Like I say, I'll post this video I watched today in Discord when we finish this, so everyone can have a look at it. But and apparently it comes from eBay as well. There was about 4 or 5 of these patches, and the same guy was selling them. And under each listing, that's the word. Under each listing for each patch, he changed the description of it. One said it was my great uncle's patch. Another one said it was mine. I worked at Area 51, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of dubious feelings where the patch actually came from. I know it was sold on eBay for, I think it went for $500 in the end. But where it come from before that, it's that's still a great concern, I suppose.
So you think Russ Coldheart is pushing misinformation?
No, I don't think. See, the other part of the interview was really going into Ross Coulthard's past. He wasn't sacked from was it 7 News or something like that?
Everybody kept saying that he was sacked. Yeah, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't sacked. He just didn't have his contract renewed. So, and this guy was saying in the video, the problem with Ross Coulthard is he'll just report something without establishing the facts or looking at the historical evidence or anything like that. So, as far as Ross is concerned himself, he probably does believe it's a real patch from somebody that used to work there on an alien recovery team, when that's not the case at all. But, you know.
Has anybody read, just a real quick yes or no, has anybody read the book UFOs, Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record by Leslie Kean? Okay.
No.
Okay. Alien Agendas, a Speculative Analysis by Richard Dolan.
No.
The historian, ufologist. Okay.
I've got a few of these books, so maybe.
Okay, so what do you think you're meaning about what about the patch? I don't really have a thought about the patch because I've never heard of it. I don't know anything about it, and there is no information except for going down rabbit holes that have zero basis on any of them, whether it be for the affirmative or otherwise. I don't think it's so totally ungrounded for me, at least at this point. But I don't have a perspective. What do you think, Armenian?
I think it's an interesting looking patch. And before he got into the Star Trek episode of 1001, I actually took a look at that Star Trek episode too, because I was so curious last week when I first saw this thing, and I watched the whole thing, and I've seen it before. It was an interesting episode with the binars. But the patch itself is kind of interesting to me, the design of it, without going into that Star Trek episode itself. If you look at the lightning bolt that separates one side of the patch from the other, you see obviously like the binary numbers on one side, and then you see natural phenomena like the moon or the star that's supposed to represent with the mountains on the lower side, right? So the patch is kind of interesting to me because it's almost like, is it describing something almost Matrix-like, that our reality is composed of binary numbers, that we could be living in some type of simulation that was set, and the unit is trying to work somewhere along the line of trying to figure out what that code is, the nature of reality, so to speak, is it in binary language. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Bryson?
I mean, it's interesting if it's true, but at the same time, I would need to do more research on it. You know, watch a video, maybe like something Gary said, to watch the video that'll post to Discord later. So I can't really say much about it. It's interesting, but yeah, that's really all I have to say, fortunately.
Peanut, what's up?
Yeah, don't really have too many thoughts to say on that. It's definitely interesting, though.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty much in agreement. Garioki has a much more comprehensive perspective than us on that one. I don't have. Let's do this, because I think that I want to. Let's do an AMA from you all. Okay, let's just do an AMA. Let's do this. What questions do you guys have? Because you don't like my questions. What are your questions?
How tall are you?
You'll never know.
Oh my god.
You'll never know.
Wow.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
One
second. Hold on. One second. Oh, let me. One sec. This is. I got something for you.
Get out of that one.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me pull up something here for you. Let's go to my here. Check this out. You guys are it's gonna be like, what? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be fun. Come on, load, fool. You fool.
All
right, so
the gremlins got in there.
You ready? Huh? What?
What are you doing? You putting the...
Can you
go in my living room and get this up on the TV?
You're gonna get this up on the TV. Apparently, I still have those pictures.
Yeah, this isn't.
I gotta get rid of those pictures. Oh my gosh.
This isn't a photo of you wearing a pair of Speedos or anything, is it?
What?
No, I'm not gonna show those, weirdo.
Wait, what?
Not on live.
Right.
No, not on live.
What is going on?
Hold on. I'll show you guys what. Let's see if you can tell based off of this. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna. All right. Let's open that photo and then I'll share.
Oh.
Hold on. I'll show you guys what. Let's see
if
you can tell based on. Okay. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. How tall do you think I am?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Between 5 and 5'5".
You'll never know. If you can't, there's my.
Go off the counter height and measure from there.
I don't know. They could be shorter counters.
It's perspective, right? It's
short.
I know. You'll never know.
Why do you keep going on? Why do you keep going on about how short? I'm listening to you say to everyone for months and months how short you are. You don't look short at all, really.
I love it. It's fantastic.
What are you, 5'7", 5'8"?
I'm never gonna tell you guys. You're never gonna know. I will not tell you. I will not tell you. You just have to keep guessing. So.
All right. So kitchen countertop standard is 36 inches. If that's way, that's about halfway to his body, to his midriff. If he went by 72 inches, going by that. How much does? I don't know. I would say 5'6", 5'7".
Yeah.
All right, keep guessing. I'm not. It's a going secret. I do it on purpose because when I first started talking about my height compared to other people, it became a running joke. So I'm just leaving it at that for now, from like forever. So you guys are just gonna have to guess. It's up to you. You know, whatever you want to believe.
Disclosure. We want disclosure.
You'll never know the truth. All right, so let's. I want your what are the seriously? I want to get your questions seriously.
I got a question.
Yep.
Okay, so there was a question that I posted earlier. I'm going to read it again. This was in Discord earlier. So my question is, given that we have wars and strife all around the world right now, if this mothership of all motherships basically came down and they were to present the idea of a new religion which was inclusive of all the previous religions before it, based on love, unity, things like that, what would your perspective be, as far as what would your perspective be?
I would be concerned.
If they came down,
I'd be concerned because that's not. Well, first of all, biblically that would be the Antichrist, right? That'd be the deceptive one, the one that's here to tell us
exactly.
all. Oh yeah, I'm the God. Remember, you know that God that told you couldn't have the knowledge of. I gave you that. And I'm here to liberate you from all of your troubles. That would be literally the biblical perspective of the Antichrist or whatever. So that's what I would believe. If I were to talk about this from the not perspective of biblical, I would say that is the concern of ufologists. Again, you can. I don't care if you don't like this. This is just based off the data. Ufologists like John Keel, David Jacobs, John Mack, and so forth, and as well as Jacques Vallée, the control system. That would be the literal issue that we have with the phenomena. As well as the Collins Leet, there's an integration program, there's a hybridization program. It's all about eventually presenting himself into humanity as a savior. This is what's being talked about in the UFO community, on the researchers, like the people that are involved with writing books about the phenomena because they're talking to pilots and witnesses, not people that are selling spiritual selves. The people that are talking about writing the books on the phenomena from the perspective of pilots and so forth. And from the experiencers, they're the ones that say that is a problem. I would still be concerned, absent of even the biblical perspective.
Okay, I just have one more thing to add. The reason that I framed it in that it would be all inclusive, that it would be about peace and love and all the things, all the tenets of Christianity and all the good parts of all the other religions. The reason that I framed it in that context is because by definition, the Antichrist would be the opposite of all of those tenets and belief system of everything in opposite, correct?
No, so
by definition.
So the Lucifer was an angel at one. It is a fallen angel, but he was once an angel in the presence of God, right? So his Lucifer literally means like light being, I believe. Or let me just Google this real quick so I get this correct. Hold on one second.
Like a bearer of light kind of thing.
Light bearer or something.
Light giver.
Yeah. So, which is interesting because, again, the phenomena, it expresses itself usually in a lot of lights in the sky. There's a lot of talk about the principalities of the air and so forth, and those are the real dangers of society. To me, it would literally be the exact biblical perspective of Lucifer and the agenda of Lucifer and the Antichrist. It would also be, again, consistent with what's been called the alien deception, again, not because I'm sitting at home scared with my blankie, because it's been said by ufologists in the field, including Richard Dolan, who, again, if you want to, we can do the whole, this is all my data set, spend 16 hours presenting all of my data set, and then we can spend the rest of the weeks afterwards reading all the books that I read to tell you that this is where I got it from, not from my imagination. The data that I am aware of, it tells us that there is a deception. And that is the concern that I have, is the deception is, we're here to help you, everything's fine, don't worry. What's up, Evac Alfie? What's up? Welcome to the chat. That is my concern.
Anybody else?
Yeah, can I make I'll try and keep it very brief, but I know Armenian, we was talking about this in Discord today,
Yes.
weren't we?
Yes,
And,
exact same thing.
I think, I don't think it'll happen naturally. I think, once again, maybe it's me being a conspiracy theorist, I don't know, but there's a lot of talk about stuff like this on Twitter, etc. But Klaus Schwab and the WEF and all of them, the New World Order, it is their intention to have a one world religion. So whether they do it, they mention it, or they scare enough people going, oh, the aliens might want this, you know. I've already heard as well the word Chrislam being mentioned.
Yes, I heard you mention that earlier.
What is it?
Chrislam.
What is that?
CHRISLAM. It's literally Christian and Islam joined together, made into
Like
one
an
word.
amalgam of both words.
That's interesting. That's strange. That would be antithetical to the belief that, you know, me and Peanut hold, though.
Exactly. So what are they going to do to ontologically shock you so much into, and everyone that follows Islam as well, remember, they'll go, no way am I having a Christmas tree in the house or anything like that. And so it's a massive hot potato, but I don't think it's coming from the aliens. I think this is what they've got planned for us, like everything else. And you can Google it.
Can I respond, please?
New World Order, one world religion, or WEF, one world religion, or just Google Chrislam, see what it says.
Please respond.
So I
had a thought on that too.
Let's hear Peanut first, because I can remember my thought. I want to give Peanut a chance to talk, please. Go ahead, Peanut.
Peanut, what did you say?
Yeah, no, basically the thought I wanted to add to that is exactly kind of like what you said, Karaoke, how they're going to scare everyone into this whole new system eventually. I kind of feel like we're starting to see the seeds of that starting right now, you know, with the whole one world
cup. Absolutely.
Yeah, it may not be the end times right now, but I think we're starting to see the seeds of it. And if I'm not mistaken, it even says in the Bible, the way that the Antichrist will start all this is he's gonna completely do miracles and unify all the people into these wonderful cities, and it's gonna be great, and he's gonna do wonderful things, and then he's gonna build this giant. This giant. I think I get the details mixed up, but then he's gonna build a giant statue, and he's gonna force everyone to worship this statue as a way to worship him, and that's where it all starts to end and lead to. And so it's my beliefs that we're actually starting to see that, and we might even see it within our lifetime at the speed of which it's going.
Like you just said, look at every single thing that's changing. CDBCs, whatever it's called, digital ID, AI, all of that. Every single little thing they're making you fear something to accept it, aren't they? Every single consume.
Don't think.
Yeah.
Marquise, you were going to add something, I believe, right?
Sorry.
I'm going to dovetail off both of them. I agree.
Yeah, please.
I agree. However, I think that we are again, we're not including the phenomena in here, because I think that that's true, but it is the phenomena. And I think that because Jacques Vallée introduced what's called the control system into this equation, which is by the phenomena. I think that the phenomena is in control. It operates in a clandestine manner. It is, as has been said by people in the DOD, according to their concerns, slide 9, namely, this is my source, there are elements of the phenomena that are in government, in positions of power all throughout our society. And there are other researchers involved with the phenomena and people within these elements of our government who are afraid that by telling the people, the phenomena will know, because it is in positions of power to do exactly what you're concerned about, and that is a unification of the world through the signs and wonders that Peanut was talking about, through the ontological shock that we're being told is happening with the phenomena. That is it. They will create that unification, not humans. We are completely powerless to that.
So the alien agenda, in your view, is the Antichrist agenda.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're synonymous. I can't say that for a fact. But I'm saying that if it does happen, I would. You asked me if it happened, what would I think of it? That's what I would think. Is the alien? I think that the alien, there is at the very least, whatever these beings are, they are absolutely tied to Lucifer, the fallen angels, and if you will, in 100%. In my perspective, okay, perspective.
Absolutely.
Do I think they're all demons? That is ridiculous. There are fallen angels. They're the ones that are talked about as the real concern. Not the demons are down here messing.
This is what I was saying earlier about. There's obviously a war going on in the deep state or the DOD, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
You've got the half of them are saying, right, we want to get this through. We want to rebuild Hawaii as a digital city, blah, blah, blah. And we want to get digital currency and this, that, and the other. And the other half are going, no, let's just disclose, let's get disclosure off the ground. And that's the argument between the two. Those that want to disclose, those that get on with child and blaming it on the aliens anyway. And like you say, controlling all of that, there might be some kind of influence or infiltration from beings that, NHI, whatever, beings we don't know. So all we can do is ride it, basically, carry on. Me personally, what we're all saying over here in the UK is just say no to everything. That's all we've got to do. Just say no.
Mm-hmm. Bryson, what do you think?
Every little thing they want us to do, just say no. We've got this massive thing at the moment where you can't use cash anywhere in the UK. It's all there's signs on shop windows saying.
Yeah, I've seen about that. How you have to use your palm or your finger or your eyes to get in, or you can't buy food now.
Well, no, we're not going. They want us to use our credit cards and debit cards. There's shops and signs in shop windows saying card only, no cash.
Oh.
So if it's something silly you want, like if you want to go and get your hair cut or just cost a couple of pounds, oh no, you've got to use your card because you can't use cash anywhere. So that's a massive thing over it, and they're changing it now only because everyone said no, we're not doing it. I've been in the supermarkets where people have got trolleys. We call them trolleys, you call them carts, don't you?
Yeah.
People leave their cart at the checkout because they've only got cash, and they say, I'm not using my cart, and they just walk out, leave all their shopping on the and that's all people have got to do. Just say no, not having it. The more people stand up and say no, not doing it, This is what happened in Canada with all the trucks. I mean, we're trying our best over here, but
unless they just switch the currency on a weekend, on a Friday, and no one can withdraw their money, and then it switches to all being digital, and then we're forced to do it somehow. They could do it.
Well, exactly. You know what digital currency means, right? They're on about CBI.
Gary Oki, I just real quick. Hold on 1 second. I gotta say, the very fact that you have so much commentary on the monetary system in the UK, but didn't want to talk about the topic that I had for yesterday is absolutely frustrating to the umpteenth degree, because this would have been a fantastic addition to the conversation. You son of. Anyway, we got to divert because no. We got to. It was essentially about the problem with our society is directly related to the monetary system and the focus on. We'll talk about that another time. We're going to save that topic for another day to give you guys more time to study it, because I've had a lot of years with that topic. I am well aware of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. We're talking 15 years aware of that topic. We'll give you more time with that. But anyway, let's Bryson, please.
Going back to religion, of a possible one world religion, Religion for me, in my eyes, has always been answering questions that can't be answered until your physical body, leaves this plane of existence that we're on right now and share with each other. So for me to hear that they would have a religion that has all the answers, I would be open to hearing what they were talking about.
Very interesting. So if they came down with a way to show you how we were gene spliced into the beings that we are now from, let's say, earlier primates, you would be open to believing that they were your creators?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I keep going back to this post I've got pulled up here from the Reddit community on r/aliens about the microbiologists that worked on the EBOs or
you do
exobiosphere.
realize what he was saying, right? Because this is what I think. I feel like there's a lot missed by a lot of the things that we're looking at here. That was not a positive thing. The nature of the phenomena, the nature of the beings, the implications of the microbiology, as well as the spiritual implications of the allegedly of the beings, it wasn't a good thing.
But if I got answers to the questions that I have, the questions a lot of people have, then I would be open to hearing what they have to say. Even if it doesn't seem like a positive thing from your perspective, from my perspective, if I got answers, I would see that as a positive thing.
Can I ask a question? I have a question to that. To what you just said, Bryson. So if from what I've gathered, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not necessarily a religious person, right? Is that fair to say? Or
agnostic,
are you?
Agnostic at the moment. But again, I'm so open to what answers I can be given that I could, change my mind tomorrow.
So I guess just wondering for myself, like, how would you know they're telling you the truth?
That's
then?
a good.
Because like faith for us is like we kind of just have to take a blind leap. So I'm just wondering, since you're not bound by any like religious rules on how to decipher truth from lie, how to you would you know that
Peanut,
they're telling the truth?
I have to.
Wait,
Peanut,
it was
I have
presented
to
scientifically, right?
Yeah, I have to respond to that, Peanut. Just real quick, because there is Paul specifically. We're supposed to educate ourselves on all things.
Yeah.
Because if we don't have an understanding of what we believe, then blind faith is not. So the general Christian belief system, and this is true, Peanut. So you're right about this. Is that there needs to be somewhat of a leap of faith, and to all of us, by the way, that's true no matter what.
I'm more so meant those for the things we can't answer.
That's exactly
in terms of like that.
That is exactly true, and we all have to take a leap of faith, no matter what we believe in any conversation, because we're not gods, we're not omniscient, omnipresent, so on and so forth. We don't know the past, history. We don't know anything. We just know about our limited experience that's filtered through our consciousness. However, when it comes to the understanding reality,
can I just reply to Peanut?
One second.
Can I just reply?
I gotta say this because it's important.
And then I want to hear what Bryson has to say too.
Yeah, I gotta get this out. We need to have an educated perspective on this, not just a complete ignorant leap of faith. It needs to be an educated leap of faith. So again,
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's really important to say.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You helped me out too, so thank you for that as well, plenty of times, especially with biblical references. I don't want to misquote. Bryson.
Well, I mean, I feel like it would take just as much faith for me to believe what they're telling me is the true religion as much as I have how much faith it would take for me to believe in another religion, such as Hinduism, which believes in reincarnation, that the soul, gets recycled back into the whatever you want to call the karma system, or from the Christian faith, in which it says that there are places that you will go after you die consciously. But if they came down and gave answers that, sounded right to me, I would take the leap of faith and believe them to be true.
I'm sorry, but just sorry, not to cut you off, but I meant in a very scientific manner. I don't want any leaps of faith or anything like that. If they could prove beyond the shadow of doubt through genetics.
Remember what I said. They're able to manipulate not only consciousness but our physical reality around us, as well as like matter itself. What would be the have they exhibited a behavior of deception before? If the answer is yes, you should probably be more cautious of, even if they have what we would consider data, because we're easily tricked by data, because we have this limited perception of reality. If they have not only a greater understanding of reality, but an understanding of how to manipulate it to deceive us. For example, you see a clown instead of what they really look like. You see your grandmother instead of what they really look like. you see a bunny rabbit that's the size of a human being instead of what they really look like, then why would you believe a phenomenon that is able to manipulate your perception of reality and reality itself? And it has been in the past, it has been deceptive. Wouldn't that be not only dangerous, but it would be the more dangerous leap of faith versus any other religion at all? I mean, most religions are talking about, to your point, yeah, there are leaps of faith, but why this one that is based off of a history of deception and clandestine activity versus any other religion?
I would say that the leap of faith over here would be because we can actually ask the source in live time versus we can't go back to Jesus and ask Jesus, you know, what he thinks about what's going on. So this would be a living organism that we could interact with, which would make the difference for me.
That's freaking awesome. So I think that is a very, very important distinction to make between religions and this phenomena. But it still doesn't concern you that there's the clandestine nature as well as the
100%. I am not ruling out anything. I am concerned. Of course, it would be idiotic not to be concerned, but I'm just going with the data that I have. That's
sure. Yeah, sure, man. Sure.
100% concerned.
Yeah, I'm just gonna still read everything and listen to everyone, but believe nothing unless I can prove it in my own right. And if what they're telling me and they can prove it to me, and I would be able to believe it, even if there is a deceptive nature to it. So I'm not going to believe it until I can prove it in my own right, and if they can give me the answers of what's going to happen to my consciousness after I pass from this mortal plane. And these are
you just want answers
that
you want tangible
answers,
tangible ones.
But I'd also know that there could be a deception. But if I can prove it in my own right, then I'll be inclined to believe it and probably change my idea of what I believe is religion.
Karaoke, you've been holding it respectfully for quite some time.
Yeah, well, I was. I know the conversation's moved on a fair bit now, but what I was going to say in reply to the beautiful Peanut, may I say, what I was going to say is, she said to Bryson, what would it take to convince him to become religious or whatever? I think, and I know I'm like a broken record, I say about it everything, but it will be fear. They will make you fear something so great that you'll have no other option other than to do what they say, join this one world religion, whatever. I think that's what they will do. They will scare you so much. Oh my God, what can I do? Come with me, my child. Come and worship with us, and we'll look after you. We'll save you. And I've got a good feeling that's how they'll. You look at what's going on around the world at the moment, and that's gonna be one of their things. And if you've got alien ships landing everywhere and blowing airliners out the sky, and it's like, well, you can come into our bunker in the mountain, we'll look after you, but you've got to be this, you've got to sign up to this religion, and you've got to have this implanted, and that's it sounds horrible, but you face facts. That's how it's going to be. However long it takes, I don't know. I'm not talking about the next week, month, or year. I don't know how long it will take, but this is all stuff you can go on Twitter and Rumble and all them websites and just have a little look, and you can see it all there in front of you.
This has been a awesome.
Anyway.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic conversation.
That was a really good thought.
Yeah,
I loved everyone's answers.
Yeah. Actually, this is what, again, I even though I differ, I appreciate challenges. By the way, I think they teach me something every time people are pushing back on it. Anything that I do or say, I learn to adapt my conversation to the pushback. So that's why right now I want to, if there's any more questions, I want to get it from you guys, because I've been asking all the questions and they've been framed in a way that makes most of you uncomfortable. So what's up? Hit me up. What's your questions?
I've got a general question for all of you. I was told this today. I said, Do you know, a while ago I put in the Discord, I said I might be going to Texas next year. Where's the best place to go? I was told today no one can land, no one can come to the United States unless you've got 2 injections. So I don't know if that's still the case, but that's yet again, that's control. I can't go anywhere on holiday, vacation, whatever, unless I bow down to whatever they want. You know,
we can talk about vaguely, but no specifics, right? I will tell you this: I do not understand the. I did not. I have had my immunization shots throughout my life. I was in the military. They shot me in the butt cheek with a fat, massive, you know, it's a little painful.
Just one butt cheek.
Yeah, I had all of that as well. I remember walking down the corridor and just my shorts with my arms out.
Yeah, dude.
Drop your jaws.
Yeah, dude. And they give you it's a cocktail, right? It's a cocktail. No one I mean, we complain about it, but we don't want to take people's lives because of it or fight the military scientists who say it. I find it absolutely insane and a clear indication of the insanity of humanity that we are rejecting science in a way that is meant for, at least in intention, to help other people. There's no perfection of science. There is no perfection of science. I don't trust everything. There's a lot of concerns that I have with all kinds of whatever jabs of all kinds. However, if the purpose and intention is to save lives, the idea that we're rejecting it so much so that we're willing to risk lives, the idea, okay? I'm not saying wanting to protect your health is bad. I'm saying wanting to risk someone else's life is cruel. And I cannot imagine. I stayed home during whatever situations happened because I did not want to affect anyone else, so that I didn't have to be subject to certain types of procedures. That was I did that on purpose. My whole family got sick, all of us, because one person didn't believe. Outside of our home, took the children and exposed them purposefully when we had a newborn baby in the house. The level of evil that person has was inspired by the belief in rights and justice and you can't control me. That is an evil perspective. Wanting to be healthy is not. Being concerned is not. Being skeptical is not. But exposing people intentionally and knowingly that is the concern of the masses is evil. And if you do that, you need to check yourself as a human being on this planet. We share this planet together. Your sovereignty does not outweigh the right to life of other people, period. And I will stand by that every time. However, your right to your own sovereignty in your own home absolutely outweighs anybody else's force on your sovereignty. Stay home. Stay away from people. And don't put other people's life in jeopardy. That's what I say.
Did you guys have what we called the bubble? Did you have all of that?
I don't know.
You couldn't go out or mix it with anyone.
Yeah.
But what we had here, because everyone was saying no, this is wrong. We was allowed to form bubbles, i.e., Christmas, you could go and see a family.
Chicken pox party.
Yeah,
and kill off your grandma. It sounds great, man. I mean, that's literally what people were. I mean, that's literally what people were doing. I don't care. I'm going to see grandma this Christmas. Yeah. Grandma ends up. This is what was happening, man. And the crazy thing to me is when you look at the data of that in the U.S., the states that were affected by this certain things the most were the states that were led by people who believe in this,
Can I play devil's advocate for this?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I did get the vaccination, but I got it out of the belief at the time that was being broadcast all over the news that if you did get the shot, that you could no longer spread it.
That was a lie.
And that you would not be able to get it again. Yeah. So deception, right?
Well,
I just want to put the deception thing in there.
Is it
because
deception
the government does
is it deception, or did they think that because when you're talking about something that's again, they make these assumptions, and then their data when presented with new data, they have to adjust the procedures, right? That's literally
I'm
how
not
science
giving
works.
the government the benefit of the doubt.
What about
what
about the CDC, right? Because who ran the government? The person that was rejecting the entire narrative itself. The CDC was the ones who were saying, "Hey, listen, we believe at this point with the data that we have that you should not get this with the injection." Turns out that it's not true. They told us that it wasn't true. If you're willing to admit your mistakes and you're still being called a liar, that's where the problem comes into play. The problem comes into play when people are when somebody says, "No, we never did anything wrong. What are you talking about? Everything's fine." That's deception. What's not deception is transparency. This is what we think. This is the data we have. We want to save lives. We got to do this now. Okay, we were wrong. We got to change something. Let's do it now. Okay, we're wrong. That's called changing based off of new information. It is essential to do that. And if they didn't, more people would have lost their lives. That is again, I cannot imagine why we're looking at this scientist this way, because if we're attacking scientists, which is exactly what happened to Fauci, we're not attacking political perspectives. We're not attacking political agendas. We're attacking the science, and we're saying we don't trust science at all. And science, it does change. Facts do change.
But
with more data.
The thing is, Marty, we had all that all over here. We had everything you're talking about. We had it, and isn't it funny? We was told that as well. Don't kill your if you don't do this, you'll kill Granny. Everything that we was told here, you guys were told over there, and vice versa.
Right.
But once again, can you not see it's all done out of fear? Again,
that people
do
will
this,
die.
otherwise you might kill Granny.
I don't know.
I have something to say on this.
Yeah, please, Peanut. What's up?
So I'm kind of in the middle on this whole spectrum. I do believe everyone should be up to date and vaccinated and whatnot, and you shouldn't be deliberately not getting vaccines and whatnot. But I also wish they weren't full of like chemicals and all the nasty other crap that they're full of.
Agreed.
And I also know that a lot of this information is coming from the same founders who over 100 years ago completely got rid of all the ideas of natural and alternative medicines and
100%.
Holistic care that like the Native Americans, they knew like every plant. They had a plant for basically all the, things, unless they were beyond their care. They pretty much had a plant for everything.
Mhm.
And they realized that they weren't going to make money off of. I'm going to try to not get into conspiracies, but
I gotta say, you're right. You're right. But think about the life expectancy of people 100 years ago. Right?
Well, I mean, some of them lived well into their elderly years, and that also goes back to like ethical issues. Like, should we even be living this long if we're not even treating the planet or people or our bodies right? That's like a whole other topic in and of itself. I just wanted to point out that a lot of this information is coming from those same people who want you to take the drugs and keep the pharmacies going. And
I think it's complicated. I think it's complicated. I agree with Peanut 100% with everything that she just said.
But you shouldn't be not getting vaccines either, because you can endanger children and old people, and I just wish that we had a better system.
I agree with Peanut. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I agree with that too, and I believe that definitely people that were more at risk definitely should have gotten the vaccine.
That's all. I think to be clear, I am not like it's people have a hard time understanding where I come from when it comes to that topic. I just don't like the anti-human aspect that people were promoting, where it's like, I don't care if anybody gets hurt, I'm gonna do it anyway, and that was the majority of the people that were talking. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what Peanut said. I agree with Peanut, the Armenian. I'm with you on that one. And Garioki, again, your concerns are legitimate. Like there's concerns there, guys. It's just like that's not what people are doing and saying, especially in the U.S. It's like, it's your freedom to literally go and kill your grandma, and if she's already old anyway. This was the public conversation. They're already old anyway, so like leave it up to them to stay home.
Yeah, it was really weird because we were in a very, very polarized place as a nation back then too, if you remember. So it was people fighting with each other like on a whole new level.
Yeah, it was scary because I hate the idea of putting something into my body. I didn't get vaccinated. I literally avoided it like the plague because if I don't need to. My kids are very healthy. There's a lot of we take care of our health a lot here. We are very secluded. Our family is as well. We're not secluded in terms of the demographic, but in terms of like what we do of our lifestyle. And we got exposed because of some literal evil person that was out of our control. An evil person. Their intention was to try to get us sick, get their own children sick. That was their intention. I want to get my kids sick, one of which was at risk, by the way, at a lot of risk. And I cannot imagine, what if somebody would have got long-term COVID? What if somebody would have had the cognitive effects that happened through people? Doctors were getting cognitive effects from it. A child. That one of them was, again, one was at risk. I cannot. That is the concern that I had. Not that I don't agree with you guys about the concerns. I'm with you, 100%. It's just that's not what was being pushed around in the U.S. Not at all. Not at all.
But isn't it funny? I've got friends in Canada and Australia, and we were all saying, what happens here will happen 3 months later in Canada, then 3 months later in Australia, and we were all right every single time. You know, it's just and everyone that died, they all died because they had underlying health conditions as well. I mean, like I said to you yesterday,
if I get if I have a condition and I get the flu, yeah, I died because of underlying health conditions as well. But if I didn't get the flu, I wouldn't have died. And I think that's where the problem lies, my friend. It's that COVID, if you have these pre-existing conditions, it can kill you. And so it's not that you die from, because you've been alive because of your with your pre-existing conditions. COVID killed you. You understand? Like if you have AIDS, you don't die from AIDS. You die from the common cold. And so, but you don't say, well, AIDS isn't a problem because people die from colds. No, dude, that's a dangerous, slippery slope there. And again, although you're correct, we have to be clear, and especially for the channel, but I have to be clear here, COVID was killing people. Millions of them. All over the freaking world, including China. So just to be clear, like
No, yeah, I 100% understand. I got it because of those very reasons. And at the same time, I was very concerned because of Fauci's alleged ties to the Wuhan lab and our whole involvement there. Allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly.
It's dynamic. No, it's dynamic. It was
very weird.
Yeah, the research on that was concerning. I was concerned too when that came. I was like, why would? The thing that I say is, I cannot. These things affect these people too and their families, right? Like we're talking about a rampant virus that does not have a control mechanism. Absent, even with the concern about his ties and the research he was doing, I think that it is imperative that these scientists do work on gain of function, just in case it ever does come into our society. Now we're prepared, right? That is the nature of the CDC. It's to encounter some of the deadliest viruses, find cures for them, so the human race can survive a potential, cataclysm of a virus of any nature, of an evolving one too. It's a constant battle for survival, and without it, again, we're left open to a potential virus that we're not prepared for because we didn't research it. That's really dangerous. I am glad that we have a CDC that does the scientific research on things like gain of function so that we can protect the people, the human race, from extinction because of a potential virus outbreak. Again, if we were in a zombie apocalypse, we'd be dead because people are stupid. I guess people are just stupid, and also our government can't be trusted. So now we got dumb people and untrustworthy governments. What do you got? Complete chaos.
Rock and a hard place.
Isn't it funny though? Everything that happened, all the changes we're going through now, was all caused by a bat in a wet market in Wuhan.
Possibly.
That's what they said it all started with.
No, they say it started from a lab. It was a lab that got in, and there was there was alleged, and this is what's allegations. Allegedly at one point, there was a person in the Wuhan lab that potentially was a source of the what do you call it? Patient 1, patient 0 was allegedly patient 0, and that's how it spread. But I don't. Nobody really knows because that investigation is classified. Just so you guys understand.
Yeah.
That was all discovered later on, but I specifically remember them saying Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister at the time, and he was on TV telling us it had all been a bat in a wet market in Wuhan,
Yeah,
and then later on they discovered it was a lab. You know, that sort of thing.
I don't know. Those are allegations. I do not know, but nobody does. And until we do, I don't have a perspective on it per se. I'm just again to finish up, because we're 2 minutes for. I do want to keep this under the 4 hours this time. We have to. You guys have to let me know when you're open to a longer one. But when you're here, we got to stick to the 4 hours, because I can do this for 6 to 10 hours. You guys, this is not, you guys are doing this as a courtesy to me and to the chat. I don't want to put you through the 6+ hours. Plus, I got another podcast to be on at 7 o'clock tonight.
No, we do it longer because we're all on Discord throughout the day. So
it's awesome, by the way. But anyway, with that, everybody, any final thoughts, any final questions, anything at all anybody has? Bryson and Peanut, you guys haven't asked any questions yet?
No.
I asked Bryson that one question because I wanted to know.
Did he answer? I don't remember.
Yeah. When I asked him about religion and truth and whatnot.
Okay. So
I've got a question for you, Marquise.
What's up?
How long are your dreads now? I know you said you wanted to grow them really long.
Yeah,
so
they're about 14 inches now. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry, 16 inches because, so they started off as little twists in my hair, and then the unicorn put extensions on them, which is why they're so perfectly round. And then the extensions, they obviously stay the same, but my dreads, they grew. I mean, they're down to my shoulders. My actual dreads are down to my shoulders. A couple of them are down to my back because the back end is a little bit longer, but they're all about the same size.
Yeah.
And the real dreads are 12 inches long. So right now they're about 16 or so inches in length.
So just past the shoulders, really.
Oh no, they go down my back, dude. I mean, they're freaking long. They're freaking long.
Would you like down to your elbows, down to there?
I'm guessing. Are you trying
to? He's trying to figure out how tall you are by your dress.
That's really good.
That was clever, you son of a gun.
Wow.
You son of.
Sneaky.
I was like, wait a minute. Some nonsense. Bruh. No, I have. You can't tell they're not. Nobody can tell that there's extensions, because when I have the wrap is to protect my hair from like dust particles, things like that. I'm very protective of the base of my hair, but you can't tell. You can't tell. They look just seamless. She did a fantastic job at putting these together. Fantastic job. So I wanted to look like Michonne. I thought that was really cool, and I ended up looking way cooler than that, I think. So
You wanted to look like what, Michelle?
Michonne. No, well, I mean, not equally.
You wanted to look like Michelle.
Equally as gay. Michonne is a samurai on The Walking Dead. She's freaking awesome. She has a freaking giant samurai sword, long dreads, and she's literally the coolest and longest standing person on The Walking Dead. She is she's the that one that you want on your side in the apocalypse. So I was like, yeah.
I want Aya from Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But also dreads just look. I mean, I think dreads look cool. Dreads look cool, and I've always cut my hair.
When I went bald, I was thinking Professor X from the X-Men.
Does your chair roll around? I don't. It looks like a gaming chair. I literally have a freaking. In school when they gave us the little chair, the white metal chairs. That's the chair that I use for my. I do not have a very expensive setup, guys. I'm not wealthy, but like. Or I just didn't, I haven't been able to invest in that kind of thing. But I invested in my computer system for the voice acting, which is what I did professionally before I started doing this.
You're going to have Christmas decorations up, though, aren't you?
I plan on doing some things with the setup here in the future, yes, including holiday.
Yeah, you got to have like tinsel and lights behind you and all of that. And you're going to sing me a song as well, remember?
Yep, and you were right. So Garyoki's got a special surprise for Christmas because he was one of the very first people to donate to my GoFundMe. By the way, if you haven't already, please donate to my GoFundMe. It's what keeps me alive here, guys. Keep me going here, and it is how I do all of my funding. I am not monetized. I'm gonna post the link in the chat. $1 is all you need to donate if you can. Spare even just $1, please. Spare some change for me, some porridge.
Absolutely.
Seriously,
if
guys,
you can afford it, please do. This is a great program.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Again, it is what's going to keep me going. I do this. I rely entirely on your support. Seriously, I don't have YouTube monetization. I don't have Twitch monetization. I only have the listener support. That allows me to be able to have edgy conversations. And if a video gets deleted, oh, okay, we'll just keep going. Doesn't mean anything to me. So, because of you guys. So thank you for that. And everybody here on this chat, I think, except for the Bryson, I think everybody's donated to. I'm just kidding, Bryson. Sorry. Everybody here has donated to the GoFundMe, but you don't have to. Being a part of the conversation is support, which is why, again, I appreciate everybody here doing this. You're not getting paid. I don't. If I ever were to come to that type of resource, I would absolutely distribute that respectfully to people that build my channel and add value to my channel like you guys have. So thank you for that. Thank you.
And I believe I was your first ever patron.
Yes, you are.
And you said if you become a patron, you get a voicemail or whatever you want. And so I said, right, I want you singing dressed up as Santa Claus, singing Happy Christmas.
If you're a Patreon supporter, you
said, yeah, you're going to do it.
If you're a patron supporter, I can depending on the tier. There's a tier for my patron support that I will create any content, a video of like a TikTok video or whatever, that will be yours exclusively. I just want the ability to share that, and I'm not talking about like, back in the day video when I was, back in the day when I was doing that thing, when I was Chocolate Thunder, when they used to call me Chocolate Thunder, not that days. I'm talking about like an actual topic, you want me to voice act and create a little video for, I will do that for you, personally. So
at Christmas, I'm going to have Dreadlock Santa singing a
live.
Christmas song.
Live.
All your kids dressed as little elves around you.
They're going to love that. They're going to love that. Yeah, they're going to
Santa's little helpers.
Yeah.
The elves are extra, I thought.
But you can't, my oldest daughter is about the same height as me. So.
Really? How old is she then?
She'll be 13.
Right.
She's been about the same height as me for about a year now. So have all her friends. Some of them are taller than me by a lot. She's in 6th grade. I'm telling you guys, you just can't tell. You'll never be able to tell. All right, guys, I gotta go. It's been so much fun. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Right.
Guys. Peace.
Bye,
Take care, guys.
Freaking awesome, guys. Really, Naruto? Really? You want to throw me out there like that? All right. All right, Naruto. You guys are awesome. Ravens Creek Charms, what's up? Welcome to the chat. I seen you in there. Everybody that I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. As usual, you guys make this as valuable with your chat, with your engagement. That helps me out. It helps the show. And I'm doing this 7 days a week, so your support, if you can, hit that GoFundMe link. If you can throw $1 in there, just throw $1 in there if you can. If you can, when you can. It's what keeps me going and doing this thing every single day. All right, tomorrow we'll be back. We won't have a panel tomorrow because, well, it could go. Those panels can go pretty long, right? They can go for 4+ hours. I only have 2 hours. If you guys really want to do it, you better believe I'm going to add that. But I don't know if I'll be able to do the panel I cannot do it for any more than 2 hours. So we're going to be on a tight regimen. Otherwise, I'll be back here talking about aliens, y'all. You know what we do around here. Love you guys. Catch you tomorrow, same times, 2 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday and Sunday. Until next time, my friends, Dr. Doors out. Peace. Bye.